Have you ever felt the sting of being misunderstood, not just by strangers, but by those who should have known you best? Have you walked through seasons where people doubted your heart, questioned your intentions, or even dismissed you entirely? You weren't just misjudged, you were completely overlooked. Yet through it all, you held on to something they couldn't see, the undeniable truth of who God created you to be. And now, the very ones who doubted, ignored, or underestimated, you are slowly beginning to realize they had it wrong all along. But why now? Why is the truth about you being revealed at this moment? You see, as one of God's chosen ones, you were never meant to be understood by everyone, not at first. The light within you has always been too powerful for some to recognize, and the wisdom you carry has been beyond their grasp. But here's the beautiful part. What was once concealed is now being uncovered, and what was once rejected is now being sought after. God's timing is perfect, and right now He is allowing the truth about you to rise in a way no one can deny. This is your moment of divine revelation. If you feel the shift happening, if you know deep in your spirit that God is unveiling your true purpose, comment 777 below as a declaration of faith and alignment with His plan. And to those of you who have supported this message through Super Thanks, we see you, we appreciate you, and we are beyond grateful. Your kindness and generosity make it possible to continue sharing God's word and empowering His chosen ones. Thank you for being part of this journey. But now, let's go deeper. Have you ever wondered why God allowed you to be misjudged in the first place? Could it be that He was protecting you, preparing you, or even setting the stage for something far greater? What if every doubt, every dismissal, and every misunderstanding was actually a divine setup for your elevation? Stay with us, because by the end of this message, you'll see exactly why your journey unfolded the way it did, and why this is only the beginning of something extraordinary. Let's uncover the truth together. God's chosen ones, you were the truth all along. They completely misjudged you. Today's message is for someone who has weathered an intense season of profound challenges, a time when your character was unjustly attacked and your integrity was questioned. It's as if your name was dragged through the mud, not because of any wrongdoing on your part, but because someone allowed their envy and insecurity to fester into harmful actions. Out of their own unresolved pain, they fabricated lies and spread false narratives, hoping to diminish your light and make you feel unworthy, isolated, and small. Their actions weren't fueled by truth, but by spite, driven by an inner battle they themselves could not control. These distortions painted a false image of you, leading others to turn their backs without ever seeking to know the truth. But even as this storm swirled around you, there was one undeniable constant. God saw it all. He was there from the very beginning, working behind the scenes to clear your name and restore what was lost. In His divine wisdom, He knew the truth, and He has always known the real you, your heart, your intentions, and your unwavering faith. What if this season of adversity was never about proving your innocence to others, but about deepening your trust in God's justice? Psalm 37:6 reminds us, He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun. Can you imagine how powerful it will be when God Himself lifts the veil of lies and reveals the truth? Consider how Joseph must have felt when his brothers sold him into slavery out of jealousy. Genesis 37:28. He too endured betrayal and false accusations, yet God's hand was upon him the entire time, orchestrating events that would lead to his ultimate vindication and elevation. Does this not parallel your experience? Just as Joseph's journey from the pit to the palace revealed God's plan, so will your story testify to his glory. Have you paused to wonder how God might use this season of pain to prepare you for something greater? Those who spread these falsehoods, consumed by jealousy and resentment, will not escape accountability. God's justice is unrelenting yet fair, and he will deal with their actions in his perfect timing. Proverbs 19:5 declares, "A false witness will not go unpunished, and whoever pours out lies will not go free." The very lies they use to harm you will become the weight they must carry until they confront the truth about themselves. Could it be that God is not only protecting you, but also offering them a chance to repent and grow? This moment is not just about the harm that was done to you, it's about the restoration and healing that God is bringing into your life. So ask yourself, how will you use this season of vindication to glorify God? When the truth comes to light, and it surely will you allow it to deepen your compassion, strengthen your faith, and remind you of the power of God's timing? The storm was never the end of your story. It was the prelude to your testimony, and the beauty of your journey is found in your resilience, a resilience that refused to let negativity anchor you to the past. You've moved forward with grace, leaving behind the pain and the people who sought to limit your potential. Those years of distance from toxic influences were not just a break, they were a divine blessing. They allowed you to grow beyond their reach, to evolve into a version of yourself that is no longer defined by their words or actions. Isn't it remarkable how what was meant to harm you only became the catalyst for your transformation? Just as Joseph declared to his brothers in Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." So too have the trials in your life been repurposed by God to shape you into the strong, radiant individual you are today. The lies that were meant to tarnish your name have instead ignited a fire within you. That light now shines so brightly that it is impossible to ignore. Can you feel it? People are beginning to notice the undeniable change in you. They see your strength, your confidence, and your alignment with your true purpose. What do they see when they look at you now, compared to the image they once believed? You've embraced a life deeply rooted in the Holy Spirit, anchored in prayer, worship, and a deliberate pursuit of growth, spiritually, mentally, and even physically. This isn't the same you from a year or two ago. You've been renewed, transformed, and strengthened by God's grace. 2 Corinthians 5:17 reminds us, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone. The new is here." Doesn't that perfectly describe the you that has emerged from this season? Stronger, more peaceful, and walking confidently in your divine calling. The truth about you is now undeniable, and no amount of negativity can overshadow the brilliance of your future. The lies that once encircled your name are crumbling under the weight of your undeniable progress. Those who once believed the false narratives are beginning to question the source of these stories. They're saying, "I thought they were stuck in the same place," or "Weren't they supposed to lack ambition?" How can they reconcile the lies they were told with the transformation they now witness? The evidence of your growth speaks louder than any defense you could offer. Think about this. The person who once slandered you is now grappling with the reality of your transformation. They are witnessing firsthand the power of God's favor over your life. Their lies have been exposed, not through confrontation or arguments, but by the sheer force of your progress. Isn't it extraordinary how God can use your success as a silent yet powerful testimony? Just like in the Proverbs 16:7, "When the Lord takes pleasure in anyone's way, he causes their enemies to make peace with them." Your growth has become undeniable proof of God's hand upon you. It's unfortunate, isn't it, that they resorted to public slander in an attempt to diminish you. Yet, their actions were never truly about you. Their envy, their own struggles, and their inability to see their worth were the true culprits. Have you ever wondered how their lives might have been different if they had chosen kindness instead of jealousy? God's plan for you has always been different. The quick judgments of others, their doubts, their accusations, their rejections, were never a reflection of who you are. Those who mistreated you are now beginning to realize what they lost: the opportunity to know and walk alongside someone truly remarkable. God, in His infinite wisdom, has protected your blessings, ensuring they reach only those who truly value and support you. Could it be that this season was not only about your growth, but also about God refining your circle, guarding you against those who were never meant to partake in your blessings? You stand today as living proof of what God can do with a willing heart. The transformation is undeniable, the purpose is clear, and the future is bright. Do you see now why the trials were necessary? They weren't the end of your story. They were the beginning of your testimony. As you rise above every challenge, your unwavering character, steady progress, and unyielding resilience are speaking volumes, louder than any whisper of slander or falsehood ever could. Those around you cannot help but marvel at how you've transformed trials into victories, setbacks into stepping stones. Your life is now a shining example of what it means to trust wholeheartedly in divine timing and purpose. Your journey reflects the profound truth found in Romans 8:28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. How could anyone deny the evidence of His work in your life? But here's the twist. The very people who doubted you, criticized you, or misunderstood you are now starting to see the truth. For so long, they viewed you through a distorted lens, a lens clouded by someone else's jealousy, insecurities, and whispers of deceit. Have they ever wondered what they might have seen if they had looked beyond the gossip and into your heart? If they had taken the time to know your spirit, they would have encountered the genuine, kind-hearted person you've always been. Yet, instead of seeking truth, they allowed themselves to be swayed by rumors. Doesn't this raise a question for them, and even for us all, about how often we let others' opinions shape our perceptions? Now, as the fog of deceit lifts, they're left grappling with the consequences of their misplaced judgment. Their regret is palpable. They wonder why they allowed baseless words to form their view of you. Why didn't they take the time to know you for who you truly are? Perhaps they are now reminded of Jesus' warning in the Matthew 7:1. Do not judge, or you too will be judged. But their realizations, while significant, are not for you to carry. Your task was never to convince them of your worth. It was to remain steadfast in your truth, trusting that God would reveal what needed to be revealed in His time, and He has. What's striking is that their envy wasn't rooted in anything you did to harm them. It was about what they sensed in you. They saw your light before you even fully embraced it. They recognized your potential, your purpose, and the divine calling on your life. This recognition stirred something uncomfortable within them. Could it be that they feared what your rise symbolized? Their resentment wasn't about you. It was about their own inability to move forward. In their stagnancy, your growth became a mirror, reflecting what they lacked. Have you noticed how often this pattern repeats throughout Scripture? Consider Joseph, whose brothers sold him into slavery because they couldn't handle the dream God placed in his heart. Genesis 37:18-28. Yet, in the end, Joseph's faith and perseverance brought him to a place of great influence, and he forgave his brothers, saying, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Genesis 50:20. Isn't it extraordinary how God's chosen always rise despite the opposition? Your story echoes this same redemptive arc. Their jealousy, born of their own insecurities, couldn't keep you down. The light in you, the calling, the anointing, the purpose, was always meant to shine. And now, as they grapple with their own doubts and regrets, you continue to rise, unshaken. The question remains for them. Will they learn from their mistakes, or will they remain trapped by their own limitations? Let this truth be your anchor. You owe no one an explanation for your success, your blessings, or the favor God has placed upon your life. Like the psalmist declares in Psalm 23:5, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies." God's plans for you are unstoppable, and those who doubted you are merely witnesses to His glory unfolding in your life. So, as you move forward, remember, your journey is not just about vindication, it's about inspiration. Your resilience and faith are a testimony to those who need it most. Can you imagine how many lives will be touched because you chose to trust God, even when others misunderstood you? The truth was always within you, and now it shines brighter than ever. While they were consumed by fleeting distractions, partying, drinking, smoking, and chasing temporary pleasures, you chose a different road. It wasn't the easy road, nor the most popular one, but it was the path of purpose, faith, and alignment with God's will. Your decisions reflected your commitment to growth and a higher calling, prioritizing values over vanity and principles over peer pressure. Isn't it remarkable how such choices, though often misunderstood, have the power to shape destinies? While others sought validation in chaos, you sought strength in silence. You chose to honor God through prayer, fasting, and quiet reflection, building a foundation not on the shifting sands of momentary pleasure, but on the solid rock of faith, as Jesus taught in Matthew 7:24-25. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. Your steadfast commitment made others uncomfortable. They couldn't fathom why you would refuse to indulge in the same behaviors, why you would choose to walk away from drama and trouble. Could it be that your peace unsettled them because it highlighted their own inner turmoil? As they partook in reckless decisions, you were sowing seeds of wisdom and discipline, trusting in the harvest God had promised. Wasn't Joseph ridiculed and cast aside for his dreams, only to later rise to a position of great authority, as described in the Genesis 41:44? Your story mirrors this timeless truth. Staying faithful to God's plan often leads to elevation beyond human understanding. Now, God has lifted you to a higher level, a place not just of visible success, but of spiritual growth and clarity. This elevation has left many bewildered. They're beginning to see that the negative things they once said about you were never rooted in reality, but in their own insecurities. Yet their regrets, their attempts to reconcile, and their struggles to accept your transformation are not your burden to carry. Your calling now is to protect the peace you've cultivated, the purpose you've embraced, and the sacred space where God continues to work within you. These individuals have revealed their true nature through their actions, spreading lies, showing disrespect, and sowing seeds of deceit. But you owe them nothing. As a child of God, your worth has never been tied to their opinions. Remember Jeremiah 1:5, where God declares, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Your value comes from the Creator, who designed you with intention and purpose, and who sees the goodness in your heart even when others fail to. Now, God is turning the tide. He is allowing others to see you in a new light, revealing the truth of who you've always been, someone full of grace, strength, and unwavering purpose. This transformation isn't about seeking personal recognition. It's a testament to God's glory working in your life. You've been elevated for His kingdom to reflect His power and grace to the world. As it says in Matthew 25:16, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Through every trial, you've been prepared for this moment. The discipline, the faith, and the perseverance you cultivated in private are now bearing fruit for all to see. Whether they admire you from a distance or continue to wrestle with resentment, it doesn't matter. Their opinions have no bearing on God's plan for your life. What truly matters is that you remain focused on your calling, walking your path with the grace and humility that brought you here. So ask yourself, how will you continue to honor God with this elevation? How will you use your testimony to inspire others who are walking similar paths of faith? Your story isn't just a testament to your resilience. It's a beacon of hope for those who are searching for their own strength. Remember, every step you take is part of a divine design, and your journey is blessed beyond measure. God sees the depths of your heart, the purity of your intentions, and the steadfast strength of your spirit. He knows you in ways no one else ever could, for as 1 Samuel 16:7 reminds us, "The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." He has placed you exactly where you are for a divine purpose, and no amount of judgment, doubt, or criticism can alter His plan for your life. Let those who doubted you or sought to judge you remain at a distance. Their presence is no longer required in this season of your journey. This is your time to rise, to embrace your calling, and to fulfill the purpose God has ordained for you. This moment is about understanding a profound truth. You don't need the approval of those who once doubted or misunderstood you. They were never meant to walk with you into this chapter of your life. Their season has ended, and their absence is part of God's design. Do you feel the peace in knowing that their opinions no longer hold power over you? Trust that God, in His perfect wisdom, will handle everything else. Even now, God is looking at your heart, your intentions, and your spirit with favor. He knows that you are nothing like those who sought to damage your name, spread falsehoods, and attempt to humiliate you before others. Their actions were never a reflection of your character. They were a manifestation of their own jealousy, insecurity, and inner struggles. This is why you always felt out of place among them. You weren't meant to fit into their circle or conform to their ways, because you were always set apart, chosen and destined for something far greater. Consider the story of David, who was overlooked by his own family when the prophet Samuel came to anoint a new king. David's brothers were judged by their stature and outward strength, but God had chosen the humble shepherd boy for greatness. Similarly, your life reflects the same truth. Being set apart often means being misunderstood, but it also means being chosen for a purpose beyond human comprehension. How often do we see God elevate those who were once underestimated? The actions of those who tried to dim your light were never about who you are. They were about their own inadequacies. They saw the brilliance of your light, and instead of celebrating it, they tried to diminish it out of fear and envy. Yet, no one can extinguish a flame that God has ignited. As Jesus said in the Matthew 5:14-16, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house." Your light was always meant to shine, not to be concealed by the shadows of others' insecurities. Think about this. What does it say about the strength of your spirit that even their attempts to tear you down couldn't break you? Their jealousy and deceit were like storms meant to shake your foundation, but your trust in God kept you standing firm. Perhaps their actions were meant to test your faith, to refine you and to prepare you for the elevation you are now experiencing. Isn't it incredible how God uses even the schemes of others to strengthen his chosen ones? This is the season for you to fully embrace who God created you to be. Let their opinions, their judgments, and their doubts remain in the past where they belong. Your worth has always been defined by God's love and purpose for your life, not by the words or actions of others. So walk boldly into this new chapter, knowing that their inability to see your value says everything about them and nothing about you. And here is the most beautiful truth of all. What God has illuminated, no one can dim. You are living proof of his grace and power, a reflection of his glory. So continue to shine, not for your own recognition, but to glorify the one who set you apart. How will you use this light to inspire others who are still searching for their path? Trust in the journey ahead, for it is divinely guided and richly blessed. Now, those who spoke ill of you are being forced to face the weight of their words and the consequences of their actions. Their harmful judgments, slander, and the bridges they so carelessly burned have left them in a place of regret. They are coming to terms with the truth they distorted and the harm they caused. But even with these realizations, their chapter in your life has closed. They failed to treat you with respect, kindness, or understanding when it mattered most. How then can they now expect forgiveness, favors, or a return to the closeness they once abused? God has elevated you to a higher, more peaceful place, far removed from the negativity and harm they intended for you. While they tried to label you with lies and distort the truth to paint you as a problem, their actions ultimately exposed their own hearts. Isn't it striking how their deceit revealed far more about their character than it ever did about yours? Your integrity, your values, and your unwavering commitment to doing what is right have always set you apart. This situation mirrors the timeless story of Jesus and the adulterous woman in John 8:7. When her accusers were ready to stone her, Jesus responded with piercing wisdom, "Let any one of you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone at her." Those words forced the crowd to confront their own shortcomings, and one by one, they walked away. Similarly, those who sought to tarnish your name have now been confronted by the weight of their own actions. They've dropped their proverbial stones and retreated, not because they have grown righteous, but because they've realized that their faults overshadow their accusations. These individuals once hoped to see you falter, to witness your downfall so they could justify their narratives about you. They poured energy into tearing you down, but they underestimated the divine protection over your life. God has been your shield, guiding you through their storms and ensuring their plans could not prosper, just as he promises in Isaiah 54:17. "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." Every lie they uttered and every scheme they devised has only served to highlight the undeniable grace and favor surrounding you. Think about this. How often have the storms in your life revealed the strength of God's hand over you? Their attempts to harm you did not break you. Instead, they showcased the depth of your faith and resilience. Could it be that their actions were not just tests, but opportunities for God to demonstrate his power in your life? Just as Joseph told his brothers in the Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done. The harm intended for you has been turned into a testimony of God's grace." Their voices, once loud and condemning, have been silenced by the undeniable truth of who you are. Their judgments have lost their sting because they hold no authority over your destiny. Only God defines your path, and he has made it clear that you are his beloved child, set apart for a purpose. As Romans 8:31 reminds us, if God is for us, Who can be against us? This is why you no longer need to worry about their opinions or their judgments. The truth of your character and the favor of God in your life speak louder than any accusation ever could. Their attempts to break you have only magnified the light within you, and now their voices are drowned out by the resounding evidence of God's hand at work in your life. So, what will you do with this newfound freedom? How will you continue to walk in the peace and purpose God has given you? Remember, your story is not just a reflection of resilience, but a testament to the power of divine truth. Trust that God will continue to guide you, shield you, and elevate you above every challenge. Let your light shine, knowing that no voice of deception can ever dim what God has illuminated. Your journey is no longer bound to the actions, words, or intentions of those who sought to harm you, and that in itself is a profound blessing. God is opening new doors, creating opportunities that align with His divine purpose for your life. The path before you is clear, free from the negativity of those who never truly valued your heart. This chapter is about stepping fully into your calling, unshackled by the judgments of others. Can you feel the peace that comes from knowing you are no longer burdened by their opinions? Let them observe your ascent from the sidelines if they choose, but they no longer have access to your energy, your joy, or your life. As it says in Isaiah 43:18-19, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" God is preparing new relationships, new blessings, and new purposes tailored specifically for you. Nothing they say or do can alter His plan for your life. Your journey is blessed, protected, and divinely guided. Stand firm in your growth, knowing that every stone they threw has become a stepping stone, leading you closer to the destiny God has prepared for you. Their attempts to harm you, tarnish your name, or spread lies about you have unraveled, exposing the truth of their intentions. Isn't it incredible how God uses the very schemes of others to elevate His chosen ones? As Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." Now, the consequences of their actions are catching up with them. The lies they spread and the deceit they sowed are no longer your concern. Those who once cast judgment on you are being forced to face the truth of their behavior. Their schemes, once intended to break you, are now exposing their own insecurities, jealousy, and ego. People around them are beginning to see their true nature, recognizing the baseless cruelty of their actions. Isn't it ironic how their attempts to tarnish your reputation have ended up reflecting back on them? From the start, your nature has been different. You've always approached life with humility, kindness, and a quiet focus on your journey. While you walked your God-ordained path, minding your own business and staying aligned with your values, they couldn't handle your light. Their actions weren't about you. They were about their own struggles, their ego, their jealousy, and their inability to cope with seeing you thrive. Like Joseph's brothers, who sought to harm him out of envy, Genesis 37:11, their actions were born of fear and insecurity. And now the cycle they set into motion has turned against them. They wanted to humiliate you, but their own public embarrassment has become unavoidable. They sought to create obstacles in your life, yet they found themselves ensnared in the negativity they unleashed. What they intended for harm has been redirected by God, highlighting His unwavering protection over your life. As Proverbs 26:27 says, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." Their actions, once designed to elevate themselves by diminishing you, have only revealed their shortcomings. Life has a way of turning things around, and they are now facing the consequences of their choices. But this, too, is not your burden to carry. God has set you apart, and your focus must remain on the blessings and purpose He has placed before you. This is your time to step fully into your calling, free from the shadows of their deceit. Every hardship they intended has been transformed into evidence of God's grace and favor in your life. Your worth has never been defined by their opinions, but by the one who created you. Isn't it empowering to know that their schemes only serve to magnify the glory of God's work in your life? So, walk boldly into the future, knowing that their actions can no longer touch you. The truth of who you are, and who God says you are, will always prevail. Your journey is divinely orchestrated, and every step you take is a testament to His faithfulness. This journey is not about vengeance. It's about the natural laws of life and God's divine justice. The negativity they sowed, the harm they intended, and the chaos they stirred were never sustainable. Now, they are reaping the consequences of their actions, a sobering reality that has nothing to do with you. Galatians 6:7 reminds us, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." Their harvest is the natural outcome of seeds planted in jealousy, deceit, and malice. But your role in this season is not to dwell on their downfall or carry resentment. Forgiveness is your path forward, not as a means of excusing their behavior, but as a way of freeing yourself from the grip of their negativity. By choosing to forgive, you reclaim your peace, your energy, and your focus. Forgiveness, as Jesus taught in Matthew 6:14, is as much a gift to yourself as it is a reflection of God's grace. For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. That said, forgiveness does not equate to re-entry. You are under no obligation to let them back into your life. They've shown their true character, and their actions have proven they do not deserve another chance to disrupt your peace or derail your purpose. Forgiveness means release, not reconciliation. Let them remain where they are, outside of the sacred space you've worked so hard to protect. Your resilience, focus, and faith have brought you to a place of strength and clarity. While they remain caught in the cycles they created, you've risen above their actions and are thriving despite their attempts to bring you down. Isn't it a testament to God's protection that no matter their schemes, you've emerged stronger, brighter, and more aligned with His purpose? As Psalm 75:7 says, "It is God who judges. He brings one down. He exalts another." Their actions hold no power over your destiny because your elevation comes from the hand of God. As you move forward, let your heart remain soft, but your boundaries firm. Trust in God's guidance and protection as you walk boldly into the future He has planned for you. Those who sought to harm you no longer have the ability to influence your story. Their schemes, judgments, and negativity are no match for the favor God has placed upon your life. Consider Joseph once more, who forgave his brothers not to excuse their betrayal, but to align with God's greater plan. When he stood before them in the Genesis 50:20, he said, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done." Joseph's forgiveness freed him from bitterness, allowing him to thrive in the position God had prepared for him. Similarly, your forgiveness is not for their sake, it is for your freedom. Walk forward in grace, knowing that your story is blessed and their actions no longer define it. Let them remain at a distance, watching as you continue to thrive. Their choices are their burden to bear, and the consequences they face are a reflection of their own actions, not yours. Can you imagine how freeing it is to release their negativity while embracing the blessings God has placed before you? Their attempts to harm you have only highlighted God's unwavering favor over your life. As you move ahead, focus on the abundance of blessings waiting for you. Trust that God's hand is guiding you, protecting your journey, and leading you to even greater heights. This is your time to thrive, unshaken, unburdened, and victorious. Your life stands as a living testament to the transformative power of perseverance, unshakable faith, and God's divine protection. The burdens of past conflicts no longer rest on your shoulders, for God has handled every detail. You are now free to live a life filled with peace, purpose, and abundance, a life reflecting His promises as outlined in Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Those who once had the chance to celebrate your successes and share in the joy of your achievements made a different choice. Instead of offering gratitude or admiration, they allowed jealousy and resentment to take root in their hearts. Rather than uplift you, they sought to tear you down, using negativity as their weapon. Yet their choices have led them into a mess of their own making, leaving them to face the consequences of the seeds they've sown. Galatians 6:7 reminds us of this truth. A man reaps what he sows. Meanwhile, you continue to rise above it all, unbothered, untouched, and thriving. God's hand is evident in your elevation, lifting you higher for all to see. His light radiates through you, making it abundantly clear who you are and the divine purpose you carry. Your character, grounded in integrity and faith, speaks volumes, far outshining any attempts to tarnish your name. Why should you look back at those who tried to hold you down? Their choices have led them to their consequences, and your story has moved into a beautiful new chapter, one filled with blessings and growth. This chapter of your life reminds us of Joseph, who faced betrayal by his brothers, yet rose to a position of honor and influence. When his brothers finally stood before him in repentance, Joseph said in the Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done." Similarly, God has used every attempt against you to strengthen your spirit, refine your character, and prepare you for the elevation you are now experiencing. Through it all, you've remained steadfast, anchored by a good and faithful heart. Hold on to this truth. God is proud of you. Despite the storms of negativity, the hurtful words and the actions meant to break you, you refused to give in to despair. You did not let their bitterness infect your spirit, nor did you allow anger to take root, even when it felt justified. Instead, you chose the higher path, a path of forgiveness, peace, and unwavering faith. In choosing peace over chaos, forgiveness over bitterness, and love over resentment, you have demonstrated the heart of Christ. Ephesians 4:32 encourages us to be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you. You embodied this principle even when it wasn't easy, and in doing so, you've glorified God with your actions. Now, your journey continues in a season of purpose and abundance. What will you do with this new chapter? How will you use the blessings God has poured into your life to inspire and uplift others? Your ability to rise above the trials speaks volumes about the strength of your faith and the power of God's grace. Let this truth settle in your heart. You are loved, protected, and chosen. Their attempts to diminish your light only made it shine brighter, and their negativity has no place in the story God is writing for you. So, walk boldly into this new season with your heart full of gratitude, your spirit grounded in faith, and your eyes fixed on the path God has laid before you. The best is yet to come, and you are destined to thrive. Like anyone, you've made mistakes along the way. But here is the beauty of God's grace. He doesn't hold those mistakes against you. When you asked for forgiveness, He wiped the slate clean, cleansing your heart and renewing your spirit. Psalm 103:12 beautifully captures this truth. As far as the east is from the west, so far has He removed our transgressions from us. Through your repentance and the inner work you've done to align with God's purpose, you've become a living testament to His mercy. That's why you continue to shine. Your light reflects the work God is doing in and through you. Meanwhile, those who wronged you haven't yet looked inward. They haven't taken the time to reconcile with their actions, to acknowledge the harm they caused, or to face the truth of their behavior. Instead, they're left watching you from a distance, observing your strength and resilience with a mix of confusion and regret. They hope to see you stumble, longing for your downfall, but instead, they see you standing taller and stronger than ever, your perseverance and grace radiating with undeniable power. While they remain consumed by the consequences of their actions, you are thriving. God has already restored your reputation, lifting you above their falsehoods and negativity. No matter how closely they watch, they won't see you fall, for you are upheld by a force far greater than they can comprehend. As Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. Their judgments have no hold on you, because God's favor is unshakable, and His plans for your life are unstoppable." Their confusion grows as they wonder how you can continue to rise after everything they did to bring you down. They fail to understand the strength that comes from walking in faith. Your resilience isn't rooted in earthly things, but in the divine guidance and protection of God. Every step you take is guided by His hand, and every success you achieve is a reflection of His blessings. In this season, God is lifting you higher, making your success visible to everyone, including those who doubted or opposed you. Matthew 5:14-16 reminds us of your purpose. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. The truth is, they never deserved access to your positive energy. They missed out on the blessing of truly knowing you and appreciating the kindness, integrity, and strength you bring to the world. Their loss is immeasurable, because you were never meant to be treated with anything less than love and respect. Now, the best thing you can do is to continue your journey of healing and growth. Focus on the foundation of faith and purpose that has carried you this far, and let their judgments fade into the background where they belong. God sees the battles you don't need to fight, and He is already handling them. He knows every detail of the wrongs committed against you and the truth of every situation. Those who sought to harm you will face the natural consequences of their choices. Romans 12:19 reminds us to release the need for retaliation. Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, "It is mine to avenge, I will repay," says the Lord. The road they've paved for themselves is not leading anywhere good, but their journey is no longer your concern. This is your time to rise, to embrace the abundant blessings that God is pouring into your life, and to step fully into the purpose He has set before you. Their actions are now a distant reminder of how far you've come and how much grace God has lavished upon you. Let their negativity serve as a backdrop that highlights your resilience and the strength of your faith. You are walking in the light, protected and guided by God's hand. Nothing and no one can stand in the way of what He has planned for you. The noise of the past is fading, and your best days are ahead. Keep moving forward with courage, knowing that you are loved, chosen, and destined for greatness. God's purpose for you is greater than anything you've left behind, and His blessings are waiting just beyond the horizon. That's all for today, beloved chosen ones. Remember, you have always been the truth, even when others misunderstood or doubted you. God's light within you has never dimmed, and it's now shining brighter than ever. Trust in His plan, for He is turning every misunderstanding, every false judgment, and every moment of pain into a testimony of His glory. If this message blessed you, consider supporting this ministry through a super thanks donation. Your generosity helps us continue spreading God's word and touching lives around the world. Whether you choose to give or not, please know that we deeply appreciate you. Your presence here is a blessing to us, and we are so grateful for your time and engagement. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share this message with someone who needs to hear it. We'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Let us know how God has been revealing His truth in your life. May God bless you abundantly, strengthen your faith, and guide you in every step you take. You are deeply loved and divinely chosen. Until next time, stay blessed and keep walking in the light of His truth. Amen. Chosen ones, have you ever been underestimated? Have you ever been seen as the quiet one, the one they thought could never rise, the one they brushed aside without a second thought? What happens when those same people who doubted you are forced to watch as you step into your full power and reveal to them exactly who's boss? You see, there's a certain strength in silence, a strength that doesn't scream for attention, but waits patiently to strike when the moment is right. They thought you were the quiet mouse they could ignore, but now they'll see what you're truly capable of. You've been watching, waiting, and building your strength. And when the time came, you didn't have to shout. You didn't need to make a scene. You just rose, and in doing so, you've shattered their assumptions and forced them to face the undeniable truth. You were never what they thought you were. Thank you to everyone who has shown your support through Super Thanks. Your generosity is so deeply appreciated, and it means so much to us that you continue to help this community grow. Whether you donate or not, your support by simply being here and engaging with us means the world. Now, chosen ones, it's your time to speak up. Drop a 999 in the comments if you're ready to show them who's boss, to rise above the assumptions they had about you, and to embrace the unstoppable force you've always been. Let's fill the comments with power, energy, and a declaration that we are more than what they ever expected. God's chosen ones, you showed them who's boss. You're not the quiet mouse they thought. You, the chosen one, are about to deliver a shock to their system, something they never saw coming. They thought they had you pegged, believed you to be the quiet little mouse, meek and unassuming. But what if they were wrong? What if the person they underestimated was the one with the power all along? The truth is, they thought you were someone who would never stir the waters, someone who would always accept their control without question. Little did they know you've been quietly calculating, patiently watching, and strategically biding your time. Have they ever truly understood your potential? You've waited for the right moment, the perfect opportunity, to stand up and show them exactly who's in charge. That quiet exterior wasn't weakness. It was a strategy, one that allowed you to observe their every flaw, their every vulnerability. And now, as the time arrives for you to take the reins, their shock will be undeniable. They will realize in an instant that the power they thought they held was merely an illusion. It was always you, quiet, steady, but with the strength to take control when the moment demanded it. You were never just a background player, but the true force behind the scenes. In the Bible, we're reminded of how even those who seem humble or overlooked are chosen by God to do great things. In 1 Samuel 16:7, it says, "But the Lord said to Samuel, 'Do not consider his appearance or his height, for I have rejected him. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart.'" Just as God chose David, the youngest and least likely of his brothers. You too have been chosen, perhaps because others never saw the heart you possess. What happens when they realize they've underestimated you? It starts subtly. The way their tone shifts when they speak to you, the way their eyes dart nervously when they think you aren't looking. You're always watching, always noticing. They don't realize it, but they've already begun to falter. The tension grows slowly at first, an uneasy shift in their demeanor, a hesitation in their words. They're not sure how to handle you anymore. The confident authority they once exuded now seems shaky, insecure. For the first time, they realize they don't know where they stand with you. Think of how Moses, the once quiet shepherd, stood before Pharaoh with nothing but faith and the power of God. In Exodus 4:10, Moses initially resisted the call, saying, "Pardon your servant, Lord. I have never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you have spoken to your servant. I am slow of speech and tongue." Yet God had chosen him to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, demonstrating that even those who feel weak or unprepared are empowered by God's purpose. Just like Moses, you are stepping into your calling, and they are beginning to see the strength that's always been within you. As they hesitate, falter, and second-guess themselves, they begin to realize something they had never understood before. The quietest force in the room is often the most dangerous. You didn't change, you were always the same, but they were blind. Could it be that they simply didn't see the power you were carrying all along? They were too focused on your silence to notice that you were always in control, always holding the power, even when you didn't flaunt it. Consider the example of Nelson Mandela, who was imprisoned for 27 years, yet emerged not broken, but more powerful and respected than ever. His quiet strength during his captivity, his patience in the face of oppression, was his greatest weapon. In Psalm 46:10 we are told, "Be still and know that I am God." Mandela knew that stillness and restraint were forms of strength, and in his silence the world was forced to take notice of the power he had gained. As their realization sets in, they begin to stumble over their words, second-guessing their decisions. They may even seek your approval, unsure whether they still have the right to treat you as invisible or unimportant. What if their perception of you was never the truth, but only a shadow of the reality you embody? This shift, this undeniable energy change, forces them to confront something they weren't prepared for. You were never beneath them. You were always beyond them. In the words of Proverbs 3:5-6, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." Just as you've trusted in God's plan for you, you've also trusted in the quiet strength that has been within you all along. Now, the world is about to see it for the first time, and they will understand that you were always meant for greatness. You've been watching, waiting, and now the time has come. Are they ready for what's about to unfold? Will they finally see you for the powerful force you truly are? The quietest ones often carry the loudest impact, and now they have no choice but to hear it. Chosen one, in their world, power is always loud. The loudest voice, the most dominating presence. Those who demand attention, posture with force, and proclaim their dominance as if it's a performance. This is how they define strength. And because you never played that game, they dismissed you. They mistook your silence for irrelevance, your patience for weakness, your ability to observe for a lack of presence. They categorized you as nothing more than background noise, a spectator, a mere supporting character in their self-centered stories. For a time you let them think that. After all, you knew something they didn't. True power doesn't need to announce itself. Do you ever wonder why the most powerful forces are often the quietest? It's because, unlike them, you never needed the spotlight. You never had to prove your worth to those who couldn't even see past their inflated egos. You let them believe whatever they wanted about you, because their perception was never your concern. Your focus was never on their shallow judgments. You knew that their idea of power was fleeting, built on noise and arrogance. True power, the kind that lasts, doesn't need to be loud. It doesn't need to shout to be heard. It's felt. In the Bible, 1 Kings 19:11-12 shows us this truth in the story of Elijah. God didn't speak to Elijah through the wind, the earthquake, or the fire. Instead, he came in a gentle whisper. It's a reminder that the mightiest force often moves in stillness, and you, like Elijah, have always been a quiet force, waiting for the right moment to be revealed. Have you ever realized that your silence was actually your strength? While they postured and shouted for attention, you observed. You studied their every move, took note of their weaknesses, and gathered knowledge. And while they thought they were in control, they failed to notice the silent victories you were stacking. Every time they dismissed you, underestimated you, or overlooked you, you were quietly winning. This is not unlike the story of Abraham Lincoln, who faced constant criticism and mockery during his political career. Yet he was calm, reserved, and unshaken. His silent strength and wisdom were his greatest assets. Lincoln's ability to maintain composure while others around him screamed and bickered shows how true leadership doesn't need to boast. It simply shines when the time is right. Now, as you walk into the room, they feel something different. There's a weight in the air, a shift they can't quite explain. It's not that you've changed, it's that they were blind to your power all along. Their cognitive dissonance is evident. They can't reconcile what they once thought of you with the person standing before them. You're the same. You've always been the same. But now they see you, and they don't know how to process it. Do they even realize that the power they once held so tightly was always fleeting? They thought they were the ones in control, but they never knew that you were simply gathering wisdom while they distracted themselves with their own egos. You never had to argue for your worth. You never begged for recognition. Your very existence, the quiet confidence you carry, has shaken them to their core. Consider the example of Oprah Winfrey, who came from humble beginnings and faced rejection and underestimation throughout her early career. But instead of giving in to the noise of others, Oprah quietly built her empire, never chasing approval, but letting her actions speak louder than words. Her rise was proof that real power doesn't need to be validated by others. It creates its own path. How much more powerful do you become when you don't play by their rules? The truth is, you've never been a nobody. You were never beneath them. They just weren't ready to face what you truly are. And now, as they wrestle with the shift they can't explain, it will eat them alive. Your silent power is too much for them to ignore, and they'll have to face the fact that you've always been the one with the real strength. In Isaiah 40:31, it says, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." Like the eagle who soars above the noise below, you've always been above their shallow perception of power. You are the one who was chosen, and now they can no longer ignore your strength. Let them struggle, let them squirm. You've always known what they couldn't see, that your power was never meant to be loud. It's been here all along, and now they're forced to reckon with it. Are they ready for the quiet force they once underestimated? You are not just existing. You are making an undeniable impact, and they'll have to come to terms with that truth. Chosen one, for a time, you allowed them to box you in. You let them define you by their limited perspective, believing that you were predictable, safe, someone who could easily be categorized and controlled. But you knew better. You knew that the moment would come when their illusions would be shattered, and it did. The shift happened instantaneously. You saw it in real time, the way their expression changed, the way their posture stiffened. the way they scrambled to make sense of the new reality that no longer fit into their carefully crafted perception of who you were. In the moment when they thought they had control over you, when they assumed you were small, their confidence has now morphed into something else: uncertainty. How do they process a version of you they no longer recognize? It scares them, not because you raised your voice, not because you acted aggressively, but because you didn't have to. Your power isn't performative, it's undeniable. It has always been there, but now they feel it, in every word you speak, every step you take. It carries weight, not because you've changed, but because they can no longer deny that you do, in fact, matter. The battlefield of perception was never about you proving yourself. It was always about them realizing they were wrong, and now they can't unsee it. They can't unfeel it. They can't take back the moment they finally understood that they never truly knew you at all. What does it mean when the world sees you differently, and yet you've remained unchanged? In Isaiah 55:8, God reminds us, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways." This verse speaks to the very nature of their misjudgment. They thought they could predict you, control you, see you as insignificant, but they were blind. Just like the people who underestimated God's chosen leaders, you were never what they thought you were, and now they must face the reality of their mistake. They mistook your silence for insignificance. They mistook your patience for passivity. They mistook you for someone who could be controlled. But they won't make that mistake again. They thought you were harmless, a quiet presence, a passive observer, someone they could walk past without a second thought. They saw what they wanted to see: a mouse, small and insignificant, something beneath them, and you let them believe that. Why? Because that's how real power works. Have you ever realized that the most powerful forces are often the ones that remain silent? The greatest predators don't roar before they strike. They don't announce their presence. They don't make a show of their strength. They wait. You waited. Every insult, every moment of underestimation, every time they let their guard down, you observed, you calculated, you watched how they moved, how they operated, how they mistook their arrogance for invincibility. They were never truly leading. They were merely walking into your hands, blind to the strength you were quietly accumulating. Think about the example of Malala Yousafzai, who, at a young age, was underestimated by those who sought to silence her. But instead of loudly declaring her strength, Malala quietly carried her mission forward, showing the world the power of resilience and the importance of speaking up for what is right. Just as the greatest predators don't announce their presence before they strike, Malala's silent power left an indelible mark on the world without the need for loud proclamations. In Psalm 46:10, it is written, "Be still and know that I am God." This verse teaches us that stillness and patience often lead to the greatest power. While they were busy underestimating you, you were quietly preparing for the moment when the truth would be revealed, and they would be forced to face the consequences of their arrogance. How often have we been taught that loudness is a sign of strength? Now they feel it. Something is wrong. The certainty they once had is slipping away. The confidence they flaunted so freely is starting to crack. They sense it in the energy that shifts when you walk into the room, in the way conversations now feel forced, in the hesitation that appears whenever they interact with you. They are second-guessing themselves. But it's too late. The moment you've been waiting for has come, and now they realize it. You were never the mouse they thought you were. You were always the lion, patient, poised, and ready to strike when the time was right. This reminds me of the story of Nelson Mandela, who spent years imprisoned, his silence misunderstood as weakness by those who sought to suppress him. Yet, when he was released, his calm and measured presence shook the world, and his power was undeniable. It was never about making noise. It was about the strength he carried quietly and how it finally demanded attention when the moment arrived. In Matthew 7:24-25, Jesus tells us, "Therefore everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house. Yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock. Just as the house built on a solid foundation remains unshaken, you have remained unshaken, your foundation strong and steady. And now, those who underestimated you must face the unmovable truth of your power. Will they ever truly grasp the depth of your quiet strength? Let them struggle, let them squirm. They were never in control. They were always prey to the strength you carried within you. You weren't meant to follow their rules, to be a passive participant in their game. Are they ready to face the force that you have become? The storm that shatters their illusions has already arrived, and now they'll have to reckon with it. Chosen one, their reaction is instinctual. Their breath catches, their words stumble, their posture shifts just slightly, like they've been hit with something they weren't prepared for. And that's because they weren't. They thought they knew you. They thought they had you all figured out. Predictable, small, someone who would stay in the role they assigned to you. But what if they were wrong? What happens when the person they thought they knew reveals a power they never anticipated? They don't know who they're dealing with. They thought they could keep you confined, and now they realize how mistaken they were. The whispering begins, the side eyes, the quiet recalibration, the subtle shifts in energy. It's not loud, not obvious, but you can feel it. They're watching you differently, not with dismissal, not with amusement, but with uncertainty. And what is uncertainty if not the beginning of fear? How does it feel when the tables turn, and suddenly they are the ones unsure of where they stand? Because once they realize they never really understood you, once they see that they were blind to who you truly are, they have to ask themselves, what else have I misunderstood? What else have I failed to see? And that question, is it possible that this realization will unravel everything they thought they knew? It's the beginning of their downfall. They thought they had you boxed in, categorized. In their world, control is everything. Knowing what to expect, knowing how to manipulate, knowing how to keep people in check. And to them, you were predictable. You were the quiet one, the unthreatening one, the safe, unremarkable background character in their carefully constructed narrative. But what happens when you step out of the box they've placed you in? What does it mean when their control is suddenly threatened by someone they once overlooked? In the Bible, Luke 24:31 tells us, "Then their eyes were opened and they recognized him, and he disappeared from their sight." Like the disciples who were blind to Jesus' true identity until the moment he chose to reveal it, they too are about to have their eyes opened. The moment they realize they've been blind to your true nature, it will shake them to their core. Consider the example of Rosa Parks, who was dismissed by many as just another person of color, marginalized in a segregated world. But on December 1st, 1955, when she refused to give up her seat on the bus, she revealed a quiet power that sparked a movement. Her strength wasn't in loud defiance, but in a simple, unflinching refusal to be invisible. Just like you, she waited for the right moment to show the world who she really was, and the world was forced to take notice. In the same way, they believed they knew you, just another small player in their grand story. What if your power has always been hidden in plain sight, waiting for the moment they would be forced to see it? They never expected the quiet one to become the greatest force in the room. As 1 Corinthians 1:27 tells us, "But God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong." Just as God's chosen ones throughout history have been overlooked, underestimated, and dismissed by others, so too are you. Their blindness has always been their downfall. Now you are standing in front of them, the force they never saw coming. And now they have to reckon with it. How much longer can they ignore the power they're starting to feel? As their doubt grows, so does their fear. The more they question their assumptions about you, the more they feel the weight of the truth they tried to deny. You were never predictable. You were never small. You were never the background character in their story. You were always the one who would eventually reveal their weakness. And now they have no choice but to see it. Chosen one, now the panic is setting in, and it's overwhelming, because they can't figure you out anymore. Every move you make shatters the version of you they were so sure of. Every action, every word, every shift in your energy feels like a direct contradiction to the person they thought they knew. What happens when their carefully constructed image of you is torn apart by your unpredictability, that uncertainty? It terrifies them. Because people like control. They like to feel that they understand everything, that they can dictate the outcome, that they have their subjects neatly in place, predictable and manageable. But what happens when their illusion of control vanishes? When they realize they never had control over you in the first place? They try to adapt, but they're too slow. They try to anticipate your every move, but they're already behind. You move in ways they can't predict, react in ways they don't expect, and remain unshaken in situations they thought would rattle you. How does it feel when the person they once underestimated suddenly becomes the one who stands firm while they scramble? They used to feel superior. Now they feel small. They once dismissed you. Now they second-guess themselves around you. They once believed you were someone they could manipulate. Now they realize you were always watching, always calculating, always waiting. You're still not showing them everything. Doesn't that unknown make them even more anxious? The not knowing. How deep does your knowledge go? How much power are you holding back? How many steps ahead are you right now? What's the cost when someone can no longer see the limits of your power? They desperately try to adjust, but no matter how much they try, they're still behind. They don't have answers. All they know is that the quiet one they once overlooked, the one they thought they could control, is now the most dangerous person in the room. In Proverbs 3:5-6, we are told, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." Just as the Lord guides those who trust in him, you have walked a path of quiet strength, knowing that the control others thought they had over you was never truly theirs to claim. Do they now see that their lack of understanding was their greatest mistake? You don't have to demand attention. You never did. Power isn't in the volume of your voice or the force of your words. It's in your presence. And now that presence commands everything around you. How much more powerful is a presence that doesn't need to shout to be heard? They feel it before they understand it. They feel the change, the shift in the atmosphere when you enter a room. It's not about loud actions. It's about knowing your worth, knowing your strength, and letting that strength silently command the space. Think of Mahatma Gandhi, who led an entire nation to independence with nothing but quiet resolve. He didn't need to raise his voice to change the course of history. His strength was in his unwavering commitment to his beliefs and his calm, powerful presence in the face of adversity. What happens when a person's quiet power leaves an entire empire trembling? In 1 Samuel 16:7 it says, "But the Lord said to Samuel, 'Do not consider his appearance or his height, for I have rejected him.' The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." This verse reminds us that true power is not seen by outward appearances, but by the strength within. You are a living testament to that truth. The power they thought they controlled was never yours to be confined by, and now they are beginning to understand that. You don't need to prove yourself. You don't need to make noise. Just like Barack Obama, whose calm demeanor and steady leadership style led him to become one of the most influential leaders of modern times. Your presence alone speaks volumes. His leadership wasn't defined by grandiose speeches, but by his quiet strength and steady hand. What does it say when someone's leadership isn't loud, but it shakes the very foundations of the world around them? And just as Isaiah 40:31 says, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." You too are soaring above the noise. Your strength is unwavering, your presence undeniable, and they are starting to see it. Do they finally realize they were never in control of you at all? As they feel the weight of your presence, they are forced to ask themselves, how much more will they have to realize before it's too late? You are no longer just the quiet one in the room. You are the one everyone must reckon with, whether they like it or not. Chosen one. Now the panic is setting in, and it's palpable. The same people who once dismissed you, who barely acknowledged your existence, who treated you like an afterthought, now hesitate when they encounter you. How does it feel when those who once ignored you now feel the weight of your presence? Every move you make, every word you speak, every shift in your energy contradicts the version of you they thought they knew. The certainty they once had about you has been replaced with doubt, and that doubt terrifies them. Because people like control. How much do they rely on their ability to control the narrative? They want to understand everything, to predict every move, to feel like they have the upper hand. They like to believe they have everyone around them figured out. But when they can't figure you out anymore, when their grip on the situation slips, they panic. What happens when they realize the power they thought they held over you was just an illusion? When did the balance of power shift? They try to adapt to the new dynamic, but they're too slow. They try to anticipate your next move, but they're already behind. You move in ways they can't predict, react in ways they never saw coming, and remain unshaken in situations they assumed would rattle you. How does it feel to know that they are constantly playing catch-up, trying to adjust to you instead of you adjusting to them? They used to feel superior to you. Now they feel small. They once dismissed you. Now they second-guess themselves around you. They used to think you were someone they could manipulate, someone who would always stay in the role they assigned to you. But now they are realizing the truth. They were never in control. You were always watching, always calculating, always waiting for the perfect moment to step forward and shift the power dynamics. You're still not showing them everything. Why does the uncertainty of not knowing what you're truly capable of haunt them? The not knowing. How deep does your knowledge really go? How much power are you holding back, waiting for the right moment to reveal it? How many steps ahead of them are you while they're desperately trying to catch up? How much longer can they keep pretending they're in control when they know deep down they never were? As they try to adjust, they don't have answers. They can't keep up with your moves. All they know is that the quiet one they once overlooked, the one they thought was beneath them, is now the most dangerous person in the room. What happens when the underdog they once ignored rises up and takes control of the situation? In Romans 8:28 it says, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." What if this moment, when you step into your power, is part of a greater plan that they can't even begin to comprehend? Just like those chosen by God throughout history, your rise was never about seeking their approval. It was always about fulfilling a greater purpose, one that they are just beginning to understand. You don't have to demand attention. You never did. Isn't it interesting that you've always had the power to command a room without saying a word? Power isn't in the volume of your voice or the force of your words. It's in your presence. And now, that presence commands everything around you. What does it say when your presence alone shifts the atmosphere? They feel it before they understand it. They feel the tension, the change in energy, the way their confidence starts to waver as soon as you enter the room. Your mere existence forces them to confront the reality they weren't prepared for, the truth that they can no longer walk in with their false sense of superiority. They now know that you hold the reins, and that they've been trying to control a situation that you were always in charge of. Consider the example of Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison. He was initially dismissed, underestimated, and mocked by many who thought he would be silenced. Yet his quiet resilience and unwavering belief in justice gave him a strength that would ultimately bring down an entire regime. His power wasn't in loud defiance. It was in his ability to remain unshaken, to endure, to outlast, and to lead with a presence that was undeniable. How did his quiet strength transform not only his life, but the world around him? In Isaiah 40:31, it is written, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." Like the eagle that soars above the storm, you have risen above the noise of their doubt, their mockery, their assumptions. And now they can only watch as you continue to soar, unshaken, unbowed, and far beyond their reach. But here's the thing, they can't replicate you. Why do they think they can mimic your success by copying your actions, your words, or your style? They try to mirror the surface, your words, your mannerisms, the way you carry yourself, but they can't replicate the energy behind it. The essence of what makes you powerful, what makes you unique, isn't something that can be copied. How does it feel to know that the very thing they are trying to steal is something they can never truly possess? Think of Walt Disney, whose creativity and imagination were often mocked in the early stages of his career. People thought his ideas were impractical, even foolish. But over time, Disney's vision became the standard for creativity and innovation in the entertainment industry. The very people who dismissed him were soon copying his methods, trying to mimic his creativity, but they could never replicate his vision. How did his unique energy, his drive, shape an entire industry that others were desperately trying to imitate, but could never truly understand? In 1 Corinthians 2:9, it says, "However, as it is written, what no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, and what no human mind has conceived, the things God has prepared for those who love him." Your energy, your essence, is a divine gift that no one can replicate. Can they ever truly understand the depth of your power, or will they always be left trying to imitate what they don't fully grasp? You are the original. The ones who try to copy you will always fall short because they can't replicate the energy behind your essence. What happens when the imitators realize they can never truly become you? You are not just a reflection of what they see. You are the force that shapes everything around you. And that power, it cannot be stolen. It can only be embraced. Chosen one, your essence isn't something that can be learned, mimicked, or fabricated. It's something you were born with, a force that runs deeper than anything anyone could ever try to replicate. How many times have you seen others try to imitate the energy you carry, only to fall short? They might try to mimic your words, your actions, your style, but they can't replicate the core of who you are. That essence, your unique energy, cannot be duplicated. It is yours and yours alone. So let them copy. Let them pretend they discovered what you've always known. Let them think they're catching up while you stay 10 steps ahead, untouched, unbothered, and impossible to replicate. What happens when the ones who once overlooked you are now desperately trying to keep up, but they're always behind? They'll never catch up, no matter how hard they try, because they aren't carrying the same strength that you do. They are simply mimicking a shadow of your power, untouched, unbothered, and impossible to replicate. They used to act like you didn't even exist. You remember the dismissive gestures, the way they didn't truly acknowledge you unless it served them, the half-hearted nods, the forced small talk, the deliberate ignoring of your presence. Doesn't it sting to remember how invisible you once were to them? You were simply a background presence to them, a name they didn't bother to remember, someone they didn't think twice about. But what has happened now? Now they can't stop looking in your direction. What does it feel like when the ones who once turned their backs on you now can't help but turn their heads to watch you? They linger in your space, hoping to be noticed. They laugh too loudly, agree too quickly, suddenly start finding ways to align themselves with you. Their desperation is evident in every action they take. They can't help but try to draw closer to your power, hoping somehow that being around you will validate their actions and erase the past. It's in the way they speak your name now, with a weight they never used before, with a subtle reverence they would have never dared to show in the past. Why the sudden shift in how they treat you? What happened to the dismissive attitude they used to carry? Why now are they speaking your name with respect and admiration? Why now? Then you realize the truth. It's not respect they seek. It's not admiration. It's something far deeper. They need your validation, not because they finally see your worth, but because they regret how they once treated you. They regret overlooking you, belittling you, dismissing you when you were always destined for greatness. What happens when their pride and arrogance are swallowed by regret, and they are forced to acknowledge the power they once ignored? Regret that they underestimated you. Regret that they brushed you aside when you were always meant to rise. Regret that while they were busy ignoring you, you became the force they can no longer deny. How does it feel knowing they now see you as the very thing they tried to suppress, and they can no longer ignore your power? They want proximity to that power. They want to align themselves with you, hoping that standing next to you will somehow erase the fact that they once treated you as insignificant. They want to rewrite history. They want to pretend that they always saw your potential, that they were always there in your corner cheering you on. But you know the truth. You know they were never truly with you. They were too busy thinking they could ignore you. What happens when they try to rewrite history and pretend they were the ones supporting you all along, when in truth they were the ones who tried to hold you back? You don't need their recognition. You don't need their approval. Why would you need validation from those who failed to see you for what you were? You never did. You have always known your worth, even when they couldn't see it. You were never in need of their approval. Your strength, your essence, your purpose have always been enough to carry you forward. In Romans 8:31, it says, "What then shall we say in response to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us?" What happens when you realize that the only validation you need comes from a higher power? One that has always believed in you even when others did not. Your strength and purpose are divinely ordained, and no one can take that from you. You are moving in the direction you were always meant to go, and the rest of the world must simply catch up. Think of Serena Williams, who, early in her career, faced doubt and criticism from the very people who thought she wasn't fit for tennis's elite levels. Her unique style, her intensity, and her way of playing were ridiculed. But as she continued to win and dominate, the very critics who once doubted her began to take notice, and many tried to emulate her success. How did she rise above the doubts of others and become the most dominant player in tennis history, showing that true power cannot be mimicked? In Isaiah 55:8, it says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways." What if God has always had a greater purpose for you, a purpose that others couldn't even begin to fathom? The world might doubt you, ignore you, or dismiss you, but it's not about their validation. It's about fulfilling a purpose that has always been set for you, one that no one can take away or replicate. And in Psalm 118, verse 22, it says, The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. What happens when the very people who rejected you are now forced to confront the truth? That you are the cornerstone of everything they must build upon. The foundation they once ignored is now the one they must rely on to create something lasting. The reality is, they want what you have, but they can't have it. What happens when those who once dismissed you are forced to face the truth? That they can never take away your essence, your power, and your purpose. You don't need their recognition. You don't need their approval, because you've always known you are the force they can no longer deny. How much more powerful is the person who walks in the truth of their own purpose, knowing that no one's validation is necessary to succeed? Chosen one, their validation means nothing when it's born from regret. Have you ever paused to consider how shallow their praise must be when it's born from the sting of their own mistakes? Regret has no foundation. It's merely a reaction to missed opportunities, and what they offer now is not a true acknowledgement of your worth, but an attempt to cover up the shame of their past actions. What happens when someone only notices your value after they've failed to recognize it before? Their validation, born from regret, is empty and meaningless. And the irony, can you feel the weight of the irony when the very same people who once made you feel invisible now desperately crave your attention? They are now scrambling for your approval, for your recognition, when they once treated you as if you were insignificant. What does it say about their character when the very ones who dismissed you now seek to align themselves with you? Let them want, let them wish. Isn't it curious how the ones who overlooked you are now eager for your validation, hoping to somehow share in your power? Let them feel the weight of the realization that they were wrong. How powerful is the moment when those who once thought they could control the narrative are now confronted with the truth. They were too comfortable in their assumptions about you. They thought they had you all figured out. They believed they could ignore you, dismiss you, and move on. But now they have no choice but to face the truth. What happens when they are forced to reckon with the fact that they misjudged you, and now they must live with that mistake? Because you're not offering them a seat at your table. Why would you, when they failed to recognize your worth when it mattered most? Not now, not ever. How can you offer them a place at your table when they were never there for you, when you needed them? Their validation is too little, too late. It's not earned. It's a desperate attempt to undo the damage they caused by ignoring you for so long. They didn't see it coming, not because it wasn't there, but because they weren't looking. Have you ever thought about how they were so blind to your potential because they were too wrapped up in their own world, their own assumptions, their own arrogance? They were so caught up in their own illusions, so comfortable in their misconceptions about you, that they didn't take the time to notice the quiet power that was building beneath the surface. What happens when those who assumed they understood you are suddenly confronted with the reality of your strength, a strength they ignored at their own peril? Now they can't ignore it. What happens when the quiet power they failed to recognize suddenly demands their attention? Now that you are standing firm, unshaken, with a power they can no longer deny, they have no choice but to notice. They cannot pretend that you're invisible anymore. Your presence is too strong to be overlooked. How does it feel to realize that your rise, once invisible to them, is now undeniable to all? In Proverbs 16:18, it says, "Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall." How fitting that their pride, fueled by arrogance, led them to dismiss you, only for them to fall when you rose above them. Their pride blinded them to your power, and now they must deal with the consequences of failing to see it before. Consider the example of Oprah Winfrey, who, in the early days of her career, was rejected by many who didn't believe she could break through the barriers of the television industry. She was told she was too unrefined, too emotional, and not suited for the mainstream. But Oprah's quiet, unrelenting belief in herself and her mission ultimately broke through those barriers. Today, the same people who once rejected her now flock to her, hoping to be aligned with her success. What happens when someone's quiet strength and unwavering vision ultimately shape an entire industry, and those who doubted them are left scrambling to keep up? In Isaiah 55:9, it says, "As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." Could it be that, while they were busy making assumptions about you, God had already charted a path for you that they couldn't comprehend? Their failure to recognize you was a reflection of their limited understanding, not a reflection of your worth. And now you are walking a path they can't follow, a path that was always meant for you. In 1 Peter 5:6 it says, "Humble yourselves, therefore, under God's mighty hand, that he may lift you up in due time." How much stronger is the person who stands firm in their faith and humility, knowing that God has a plan that will ultimately elevate them above those who tried to hold them back. You've humbled yourself, and in due time God has lifted you up, showing everyone the power they tried to deny. And then there's Mahatma Gandhi, who was also dismissed by many in his early years. His methods of non-violent resistance were ridiculed by those in power, but Gandhi remained steadfast in his beliefs. He didn't seek to prove anything to those who ignored him, but as time passed, the world could not deny the force of his influence. How does it feel when those who once dismissed your approach are now trying to replicate it, only to realize they can never possess the heart behind it? You don't need their recognition. You never did. Why would you need their validation when your strength and purpose have always come from within? You've always known your worth, and their acknowledgement does not define you. The truth is, they can try to mimic your success, but they will never replicate the essence that makes you who you are. Isn't it ironic that, while they sought to suppress you, you quietly rose, and now they must come to you for validation? You are the force they can no longer ignore, and the truth you carry cannot be stolen. Chosen one, your success wasn't flashy. It wasn't a grand spectacle. It didn't come with loud announcements or desperate grabs for attention. It was silent, deliberate, unstoppable. How many times have you seen others chase after the spotlight, only to burn out, while you quietly, steadily moved toward your purpose? Your power is the kind that moves through spaces unseen, reshaping everything without warning. The kind that doesn't demand recognition, it commands it. And now you see the shift. Isn't it strange how those who once ignored you now find themselves watching your every move? The same people who once saw you as an afterthought now move differently around you. They measure their words when they speak to you. They hesitate before making assumptions. They look to you for cues, subtly adjusting their behavior around your presence. What happens when your quiet strength becomes the thing they can't ignore? They don't want to admit it, but you change the atmosphere, and that terrifies them, because you didn't just grow stronger. What does it mean when you realize that the strength you quietly carried all along has transformed into something even they can't comprehend? You became something beyond their comprehension. They can't define you anymore. They can't place you in a category, can't predict your next move, and can't figure out how they failed to see what was always there. And that uncertainty, that realization, is what they fear the most, because you were never meant to be one of them. Have you ever wondered why they couldn't see your true potential? You were never meant to fit into the space they tried to keep you in. You were meant to exceed it, to become something they can't control, can't diminish, can't deny. They feel it now, the shift in power, the undeniable presence that radiates from you without effort. What happens when the quiet force that was once overlooked becomes the very thing they can no longer ignore, and the ones who once dismissed you? What does it say when the very people who ignored you are now trying to align themselves with your energy? They're the ones looking for your approval now. They thought they knew you. They thought they understood your limits, your potential, your worth. They looked at you and saw only what they wanted to see. Someone easy to control, easy to ignore, easy to discard. But reality doesn't bend to their perception, because you were never small. What happens when the truth emerges and they realize you were never meant to be small in their eyes, but to exceed everything they expected of you? You were never beneath them. You were never meant to shrink into the background of their lives, waiting for their approval, their recognition, their acceptance. You never needed it. They see that now. Isn't it revealing how their behavior shifts when they realize they were never the ones holding the power? They see it in the way they hesitate before speaking, in the way their confidence wavers in your presence, in the way their laughter carries a forced edge. Their words feel carefully chosen, their movements subtly deferential. What happens when they realize they are no longer the ones leading the conversation? Because the truth? How much more powerful is the person who walks in their purpose, unshaken by the expectations of others? You were always the force they should have feared, not because you sought power, not because you craved dominance, but because you were never confined by their expectations. You were always meant to rise above them, and now they must reckon with that truth. In Proverbs 4:7 it says, "The beginning of wisdom is this: get wisdom. Though it cost all you have, get understanding." How much stronger is the person who, instead of seeking validation from others, seeks understanding and wisdom from within? This quiet strength is your true power, the wisdom to stay focused, to remain unshaken while others seek external recognition. Think of Michael Jordan, whose greatness was often underestimated early in his career. Critics doubted his ability to lead a team and dominate the court, but Jordan's quiet determination and drive, coupled with an unwavering belief in his own ability, made him a force that could not be denied. What happens when someone refuses to bend to the expectations of others and instead becomes the legend they never saw coming? Consider J.K. Rowling, who was rejected by numerous publishers before her first Harry Potter book was accepted. She was told that her ideas wouldn't sell, that no one would care about a wizarding school. Yet, she quietly believed in her vision. And today, the very same publishers who once rejected her are now aligning themselves with the phenomenon she created. How does it feel when the quiet persistence and vision you hold turn into a global legacy that no one can ignore? In Isaiah 55:9, it says, "As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." Could it be that, while they were busy making assumptions about you, God had already charted a path for you that they couldn't comprehend? Their failure to recognize you was a reflection of their limited understanding, not a reflection of your worth. And now you are walking a path they can't follow, a path that was always meant for you. In 1 Peter 5:6 it says, "Humble yourselves therefore under God's mighty hand, that he may lift you up in due time." How much stronger is the person who stands firm in their faith and humility, knowing that God has a plan that will ultimately elevate them above those who tried to hold them back. You've humbled yourself, and in due time God has lifted you up, showing everyone the power they tried to deny. And then there's Beyoncé, whose rise from humble beginnings to superstardom was met with criticism and doubt. Early on, many people didn't understand her artistry or her impact on the music industry, but her unshakable belief in herself and her vision made her a global icon. What happens when a quiet force refuses to be defined by others and instead shapes an entire culture? You don't need their recognition. You never did. Why would you need their validation when your strength and purpose have always come from within? You've always known your worth, and their acknowledgement does not define you. The truth is, they can try to mimic your success, but they will never replicate the essence that makes you who you are. Isn't it ironic that While they sought to suppress you, you quietly rose, and now they must come to you for validation. You are the force they can no longer ignore, and the truth you carry cannot be stolen. Beloved chosen one, the mask has dropped. The illusion is shattered. How does it feel to know that, despite their efforts to undermine you, they can no longer deny the power you hold? They can't unsee it. They can't unfeel it. You have become undeniable. Whether they admire or resent you, it no longer matters. Their emotions hold no weight. Their opinions hold no influence. What happens when you realize that your worth isn't determined by their approval, but by the strength that's always been within you? The reality remains the same. You are in control now, and that's the part they struggle with the most. Because the power dynamic has shifted permanently. What does it feel like to know that you've already won, regardless of their attempts to hold you back? You don't seek their validation. You don't cater to their insecurities. You don't play by their rules. How much stronger are you now, knowing that your victory isn't based on their approval, but on your own unwavering belief in your purpose? Let them react however they want. Let them talk. Let them watch. Let them spiral under the weight of their own miscalculations. What happens when they realize that they were the ones who failed to see your power, and now they have no choice but to watch as you rise above them? But tell me, when did they realize they were wrong about you? When did you realize that the silence they misunderstood was actually your greatest strength, waiting to be revealed? Drop your moment of revelation in the comments. Let them know the silence was never weakness. It was power waiting to be revealed, and you were always meant to rise above their expectations. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here, for watching, and for supporting this community. Your presence means more than words can express. If you feel moved, I invite you to support the channel through Super Thanks. But please know, whether you donate or not, your support is appreciated more than you can imagine. May you continue to walk in your power, knowing that the world cannot define you and that you are always in control of your own destiny. Blessings upon you, chosen one, as you rise above the noise and claim your place at the top. You've already won, and your journey is just beginning. Dear chosen one, the greatest trick the enemy ever pulled was convincing you that you were powerless. They didn't just want to hurt you. No, that would have been too simple. They wanted to strip you of your power, to crush your spirit, to make you doubt yourself so completely that you'd never rise again. But here's the problem. They underestimated who you are. They forgot that when the universe chooses someone, no amount of darkness can put out their light. This wasn't random. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was a direct, calculated assault, and they did it because they feared you. And why wouldn't they? Every chosen one throughout history has faced the same attacks. The moment you step into your power, you become a threat to the entire system built to keep people asleep. They saw your light, and instead of learning from it, they tried to destroy it. That's how weak they are. They could have risen to your level, but they chose to fight against the universe instead. And that's a battle they will always lose. But here's where I want to take a moment to sincerely thank you for being here, especially those of you who have supported this message with your super thanks. Your generosity is truly appreciated, whether you donate or not. Every contribution helps spread this message to more chosen ones like you, and I'm deeply grateful for your support in whatever form it comes. Together, we're making a difference, and your energy is felt in this collective awakening. Chosen one, you weren't picked by accident. The universe doesn't make mistakes. You were chosen because you have something inside you that terrifies them, a light they can't control, a truth they can't twist, and a power they'll never understand. The moment you embrace that, you became a target. The weak don't attack what doesn't scare them. Think about that. They don't waste their energy on the ordinary. They don't plot against those who are insignificant. No, they reserve their hate for the ones who challenge their reality, the ones who make them question everything they've built their fragile system on. That's why they came for you. They slandered you. They betrayed you. They tried to turn others against you, and when that didn't work, they attacked outright. You've been through things most people wouldn't survive. But here's what they don't get. You're still standing. And that fact alone is what haunts them the most, because every time they knock you down, the universe pulls you back up. Every time they try to silence you, your voice echoes even louder. You are living proof that no amount of hatred, lies, or manipulation can destroy someone who is truly chosen. You feel it, don't you? That energy shifting, that pressure building. The reason they're acting more desperate, more aggressive, more reckless is because their time is up. The very power they tried to break in you is now consuming them. They fought against the universe when they went after you, and there is no force more merciless to its enemies than the universe itself. But here's where you need to check yourself. Stop thinking you're alone. Stop doubting your own power. That's what they want. Every time you second-guess yourself, every time you shrink back into the shadows, you make their job easier. You are chosen, but if you don't act like it, you might as well hand them the victory. Your light is not up for debate, your power is not a question, and your path is not theirs to control. They threw everything at you, and yet here you are, still shining, still rising, still proving that no amount of darkness will ever be enough to put out a light like yours. And that drives them insane. Thank you once again for being here. Whether you just found this message or you've been walking this path with us for a while, your presence here means one thing. The universe is speaking to you. If you're done being silent, if you're ready to reclaim your power, drop the number 999 in the comments, a signal to the universe that you refuse to break. Now let's expose the truth, step by step. If you are a true chosen one, you will feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. God's chosen ones, what they did to you is disgusting. People are furious. They attacked an innocent. Number 1, they called you chosen, but what they really meant was controlled. Have you ever found yourself questioning why you were marked as chosen, only to realize that the weight of that label was more of a chain than a crown? At first it seemed like a gift, didn't it? They told you that you were special, that you had a purpose unlike anyone else. They painted a picture of you being set apart for greatness. But as the years went on, you began to feel the truth unraveling. What they called a gift was actually a leash, cleverly disguised as a crown. Think back to the story of Joseph in the Bible. Chosen by his father, Jacob, to receive a multicolored coat as a symbol of favor, Joseph's brothers grew jealous. They saw Joseph's unique status as a threat, and so they sought to control him. They didn't celebrate his gifts. They wanted to strip him of his power and use it for their own benefit. At first, Joseph didn't realize that his coat symbolized both greatness and an impending trap. The world, just like his brothers, saw his potential as something to be controlled, not celebrated. Do you feel, like Joseph, that the very things that set you apart from others have become the chains that bind you? How many times did you think you were being uplifted, only to realize you were being set up for exploitation? In Isaiah 55:8-9, it's written, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." Their plans for you, their manipulation, was never aligned with God's true purpose for you. They wanted to control you, but God's plan for you was far greater than their limited understanding. When you felt trapped, have you ever wondered if there was a higher purpose behind the struggle? Could it be that your resistance to their manipulation is the very key to unlocking your true power? Looking at someone like Steve Jobs, we see a striking example of someone who was seen as chosen, but was heavily controlled by the systems around him. Jobs, a visionary who changed the tech world, was constantly faced with resistance from people who didn't understand his goals. He was rejected, manipulated, and even ousted from his own company. Yet, it was in those moments of betrayal that Jobs found his true strength. He didn't remain under their control. Instead, he reclaimed his power, rose again, and ultimately built the empire that redefined technology. Do you see yourself in his story? Are you beginning to recognize that the control others sought to impose on you was nothing more than a desperate attempt to harness your brilliance for their benefit? As you begin to wake up, you stop seeking their validation. The moment you embrace your true self, everything begins to shift. Their influence over you crumbles, and you step into alignment with your true purpose. The universe never intended for you to be controlled. It meant for you to rise. The chains they placed on you are now breaking, because when the universe truly chooses someone, it does not come with limitations. It comes with power, with alignment, with the freedom to fulfill your destiny. Number 2, they didn't choose you for greatness. They chose you for sacrifice. Do you remember the moment when you realized that being chosen wasn't a blessing, but a heavy burden? At first it felt like destiny calling, a grand purpose unfolding before you. They told you that your struggles would make you stronger, that you were chosen for something bigger than yourself. But the truth was far more insidious. You weren't chosen for greatness. You were chosen to sacrifice. They wanted to use your energy, your strength, and your time, without ever allowing you to question why. You were meant to be drained, to give endlessly without receiving anything in return. Think of the story of Jesus. Jesus was chosen not for his glory, but for his sacrifice. He was sent to be the Lamb, to suffer for the sins of the world. But the more he gave, the more the world tried to drain him. Even his closest followers failed to understand the depth of his mission until it was too late. Did they recognize his greatness, or did they take advantage of it, asking for more without ever truly appreciating his sacrifice? Just like Jesus, you may have been called to endure pain and hardship, but does that mean your suffering should never end? In 1 Peter 5:10, we are reminded, "And the God of all grace, who called you to his eternal glory in Christ, after you have suffered a little while, will himself restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast." Their expectation was that you would keep sacrificing endlessly without ever questioning why. But God's purpose is not for you to remain in a state of perpetual suffering. His plan is to strengthen you, to build you up, and to bring you to a place of restoration. Do you see now that their version of sacrifice was simply manipulation? It was never about your strength, it was about their control. Looking at someone like Mother Teresa, we see a person who, in many ways, exemplified sacrifice. She devoted her life to serving the poorest of the poor, embodying love and selflessness. Yet, even she faced criticism and exhaustion. The world looked to her as a symbol of selflessness, but did they ever consider her own needs? Did they understand that her sacrifice, though deeply meaningful, also required personal sacrifice? Did they ever stop to ask, how much of this burden is she meant to carry alone? In your life, just like Mother Teresa, you may have been expected to give endlessly, but now you must ask, is it time for you to stop sacrificing for others and begin focusing on yourself? Their control over you was never meant to elevate you. It was meant to keep you in a perpetual state of serving them. But now that you see it for what it is, you have the power to break free. Once you stop playing their game, once you stop sacrificing for their benefit, everything changes. They cannot control you when you choose yourself. And that, my friend, is where your true power lies. You have awoken from their manipulation, and in doing so, you've begun to take back what they took from you. The moment you stop giving without question is the moment their power begins to fade, and they will never see it coming. Number 3. The attacks were never accidents. They were assassinations in disguise. Have you ever felt as though everything around you was intentionally falling apart, but you couldn't quite put your finger on why? You found yourself constantly facing setbacks, doors slamming in your face, people turning against you, opportunities slipping through your fingers. At first you thought it was just bad luck. Maybe you were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, or maybe you weren't good enough to succeed. But here's the reality. The attacks against you were never random. What you've experienced wasn't bad luck. It was strategic, calculated, a deliberate assault designed to chip away at you, piece by piece. The very people who you thought had your back were the ones plotting your downfall in the shadows, whispering lies and manipulating the situation. Look at the story of King Saul and David. Saul, once a mentor and protector to David, allowed jealousy and insecurity to lead him into betrayal. Saul feared David's growing influence, and so he began a campaign against him, not with swords and spears, but with lies, rumors, and false accusations. David's every move was scrutinized, and Saul manipulated those around David to turn against him. Even when David had the chance to strike down Saul, he refrained, trusting in God's justice. Saul's attacks were a slow, calculated erosion of David's confidence, and they were designed to wear him down emotionally and spiritually. Do you see the connection to your own life? Have you ever felt like someone was whispering in the ears of others, planting seeds of doubt about you? Have you felt that sense of betrayal, not through direct confrontation, but through a slow, insidious campaign to isolate you? In Isaiah 54:17, the Bible tells us, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." This promise is key. While the attacks against you were indeed real, they were never meant to succeed. The enemies of your soul, those who sought to undermine you, will never triumph in the end. But for now, they continue their silent war, believing their manipulations are enough to keep you down. How many times did they make you question your worth? How many times did they make you feel small or unimportant? Have you realized yet that these were their tactics to keep you from realizing your full potential? Let's also consider someone like Martin Luther King Jr. He too faced a system that sought to silence him, not through overt violence, but through whispers, lies, and media manipulation. His every speech, his every action was under constant scrutiny, not just from those who disagreed with him, but from those who feared the power of his voice. And yet, King stood firm. He recognized that the fight wasn't just external, it was spiritual. He knew that by enduring the attacks, by refusing to be broken by the whispers and lies, he was standing for a higher truth. How have you, like King, faced an unseen battle against those who sought to undermine you without ever confronting you directly? Can you begin to see that these whispers were not just meant to hurt you, they were meant to silence the truth you carry inside? When you finally realized that the attacks weren't random, that they were part of a calculated plan, you stopped playing by their rules. You began to understand that their goal was to make you doubt yourself, to isolate you. But once you saw the truth, once you understood the game they were playing, you became unshakable. The system they built to control you started to crack. Your strength became undeniable, because once you stopped questioning your worth, their power over you dissolved. And now they are left scrambling because they never expected you to wake up. Number 4. They never needed chains. They made you question yourself until you handed them the keys. What if I told you that the greatest form of control doesn't come through force, but through manipulation? What if I told you that the chains that kept you bound were never physical, they were mental? They didn't need to lock you in a cage. They didn't need to threaten you with violence. All they needed was to plant a seed of doubt in your mind. And once that seed was planted, you did the rest of the work for them. Every time you hesitated, every time you second-guessed your decisions, every time you looked outside of yourself for validation, you handed them the keys to your own freedom. Consider the Israelites once more. Despite being freed from slavery in Egypt, they were still mentally enslaved by fear and doubt. Time and time again, when faced with adversity, they questioned God's plan. Did He bring us out here to die? They wondered, doubting the very deliverance they had witnessed. Even after they were freed, they carried with them the mental chains of their former bondage. It wasn't the physical oppression that kept them stuck. It was the mindset of limitation and doubt. How many times have you felt free physically but trapped mentally? How many times have you wanted to move forward, yet the voice of doubt held you back? In 2 Timothy 1:7, it says, "For the Spirit God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and self-discipline." Have you ever wondered why you've felt that tug of hesitation, the instinct to hold back even when you know you have the power to move forward? That fear wasn't from God. It was from the system that taught you to doubt yourself. But God's Spirit in you is one of power. It's time to stop questioning your decisions and start trusting the power that's already within you. How often have you let the fear of making a mistake hold you back? What would happen if you stopped second-guessing yourself and started trusting your instincts? Think of someone like Elon Musk. Musk, the visionary behind Tesla and SpaceX, faced constant doubts from critics and skeptics throughout his career. People laughed at his ambitious goals, questioned his sanity, and tried to convince him that his ideas were far too big. But Musk never doubted himself. Despite the ridicule and the setbacks, he moved forward with his vision. He didn't seek approval. He trusted his own instincts. He didn't need others to tell him it was possible. He made it happen. Can you imagine what your life would look like if you started trusting yourself the way Musk trusted his vision? What if you stopped doubting your ability to achieve greatness and simply moved forward with your goals, no matter what others thought? The truth is, you were never meant to doubt your power. The chains they placed around you weren't physical, they were psychological. But once you woke up to that truth, everything changed. You stopped asking for permission, you stopped looking for validation, and that terrified them because they knew that the moment you trusted yourself, you would no longer be the person they could control. You would no longer be their pawn, you would rise. And that is what they always feared. The more you trust yourself, the more their control slips away. Every time you act with confidence, every time you make a decision without hesitation, you take back your power. And now, you are no longer the person they tried to manipulate. You are the person who takes charge of their own life. They underestimated your strength. They believed you would always question yourself, but now you know. You were never broken. You were never lost. You were simply waking up. And now that you see the truth, you can never unsee it. Their power over you is crumbling, and the moment you trust yourself, you become unstoppable. Number 5. The world isn't against you, only the cowards who fear your rise. Have you ever felt like the entire world was conspiring against you? No matter what you did, it felt as though obstacles kept appearing out of nowhere. Betrayals were constantly happening, and there was never anyone truly on your side. For a long time, you probably thought you were just unlucky, that life was unfair, and that the universe had chosen to pick on you. But the truth? It wasn't the whole world. It was the ones who feared your rise. They knew your potential long before you even realized it yourself. They saw the power inside you, and it terrified them. You see, weak people never attack what doesn't scare them. They don't waste their energy fighting something that doesn't pose a threat. The hate you faced wasn't random. It was a desperate, calculated act of self-preservation. They tried to isolate you, made you feel like an outsider, and planted lies to keep you alone in your struggles. They knew that if they could make you feel like no one understood you, you would doubt your own strength. And when you doubt yourself, you become easier to manipulate. Consider the life of Joseph, who was betrayed by his brothers. They saw his dreams, his potential, and they were terrified. Instead of supporting him, they conspired to throw him into a pit. Yet Joseph's resilience never faltered, and he rose to become the second most powerful man in Egypt. How many times in your own life have people tried to make you doubt your abilities or make you feel isolated just because they feared your potential? How many times did they act against you, not because of something you did, but because of something you could become? As Philippians 1:28 reminds us, without being intimidated in anything by your opponents. This is a sign to them of their defeat, but to you of salvation and your security in Christ. When you stop fearing their attacks and recognize that their hostility is just a reflection of their insecurity, everything changes. Do you see now that their hate was never about you? It was about their fear of what you could achieve. Look at the example of Maya Angelou. Angelou faced tremendous adversity throughout her life, abuse, racism, and a lack of support. But through it all, she never allowed those attacks to define her. She knew that her voice, her words, were too powerful for them to silence. Just like Angelou, you too are capable of rising above the attacks. Can you see that their attempts to tear you down were never about you being weak? They were about their fear of your rise? And now you see it clearly. The illusion they built around you, this belief that you were alone, unworthy, or incapable, is crumbling. You're beginning to recognize that you are not alone. There are people, allies, and supporters waiting to stand by you to help you rise. The moment you realize that, everything shifts. You stop shrinking to fit into their world, and you begin creating your own. The truth is, you were never meant to play small. You were meant to stand tall, to rise, and to shatter the illusion they created. And now that you see the truth, the universe begins to align with your purpose. The right people, the right opportunities, the right energy, they all start flowing to you because you've stopped playing by their rules. When a chosen one steps into their full power, the world changes around them. And that's what they were always afraid of. Not just your rise, but the movement your rise would ignite. Number 6. Your failures were never failures. They were attacks in disguise. And now the game is over. Do you ever look back at the struggles, the setbacks, the constant obstacles in your life, and wonder why everything seemed to fall apart just when things were about to get good? Maybe you felt like a failure, like every attempt, every opportunity slipped through your fingers at the last moment. You tried, you gave your all, and yet you were met with rejection, betrayal, and failure. But here's the truth. Your failures were never failures. They were attacks in disguise. Every setback, every betrayal, every door that slammed in your face was part of a calculated strategy to stop you from becoming who you were always meant to be. They never wanted you to fail. They needed you to believe you had failed. Why? Because the moment you realize the truth, their control over you crumbles. Every time you thought you were losing, you were actually being strategically blocked. They saw your potential, and they feared what would happen if you ever got the chance to step into it. Think back to the story of Moses. Chosen by God to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, Moses faced repeated rejection and resistance, first from his people, then from Pharaoh. Even when Moses did everything he could, obstacles appeared at every turn. But those obstacles weren't signs of failure, they were tests. Each time Moses was tested, he grew stronger, more determined, and more aligned with his divine purpose. Do you see the connection? Every time you faced a setback, it wasn't a sign that you weren't good enough. It was a test to prepare you for something greater. As Romans 8:28 tells us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Even in your darkest moments, when you felt like everything was falling apart, God was using those challenges to shape you, to refine you. Have you ever stopped to think that the things you perceived as failures were actually the training grounds for your greatness? Consider the life of J.K. Rowling, who faced rejection after rejection before her book, Harry Potter, was finally accepted. She was a single mother living in poverty with no guarantee of success, yet the setbacks only fueled her determination. Her so-called failures were actually stepping stones to her eventual triumph. How many times have you faced rejection only to realize that it was preparing you for something far greater? What if, like Rowling, you stopped seeing your setbacks as failures and started seeing them as the foundation of your success? You see now that it was never about you failing. It was about them trying to block you. They feared your potential, your rise, and the impact you would have once you stepped fully into your power. But now, you know the truth. You were never broken. You were never meant to stay down. And now, the game is over. The second you stopped believing their lies, you reclaimed everything they tried to take from you: your confidence, your power, your future. Without their control, you are unstoppable. The moment a chosen one stops believing in failure, the whole system they built crumbles. You were never a failure. You were always a force waiting to be unleashed. Number 7. They fed off your pain. Now watch them starve. Have you ever felt like your pain, your suffering, your exhaustion was somehow being used by others to fuel their own lives? You've cried, you've carried the weight of others' burdens, and you've pushed through moments of self-doubt, thinking it was just part of life's struggle. But here's the truth: your suffering wasn't accidental. It wasn't part of a higher purpose. It was part of their system, a system that thrived only when you were broken. Your pain was their fuel, and your exhaustion kept their world spinning. Think about it. How many times have you poured yourself out for others, only to be left empty? You've been their emotional crutch, their backup plan, their therapist. Every time they needed comfort, you were the one they ran to, draining your energy without ever giving anything back. And somehow they convinced you that this was normal, that true love meant carrying others' burdens, that being strong meant never saying no, and that your worth was determined by your ability to endure pain without complaint. But the sickest part, they didn't admire your resilience because they cared about you. They admired it because it made their lives easier. They knew you'd always get back up after every fall, so they could knock you down again and again. They fed off your strength, your ability to rise despite the pain, because it meant they didn't have to face their own weaknesses. Every time you gave, you were giving them what they needed to survive emotionally, while they left you drained and questioning why you never felt whole. In 2 Corinthians 12:9, Paul writes, "But he said to me, 'My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me.'" But here's the key. True power isn't about being the one who carries everyone's pain. Real strength comes when you learn to recognize your worth and stop giving away your energy to those who only take. When you stop believing that your pain is necessary for others' growth, you reclaim your power. Have you recognized yet that every time they drained you, they were only making themselves weaker? They couldn't generate their own power, so they took it from you, and that's why their whole system is starting to crumble. When you began setting boundaries, when you started pulling away from the people who constantly drained you, what happened? They panicked. They couldn't understand what was happening. They guilt-tripped you, spread lies, and tried to manipulate you into staying in the cycle of self-sacrifice. Why? Because they had become so dependent on your energy that without it, they couldn't function. And when you stopped giving, when you stopped being their emotional sponge, they were forced to face themselves. And that's when the cracks started to show. Look at the story of Job in the Bible. Job was a man who experienced extreme suffering. His friends, supposed allies, came to him, not to comfort him, but to accuse him, to make him feel responsible for his own pain. They couldn't understand that his suffering was not a punishment, but a test. Job's friends fed off his pain, just as others have fed off yours. But in the end, Job didn't give in to the expectations of those around him. He stood firm in his faith and rose stronger from the trials. The world around him tried to break him, but they underestimated his strength. Have you ever felt like those around you couldn't understand your pain, yet they still used it for their own purposes? How did you respond when you realized their intentions were never to help, but to exploit your suffering? In the modern world, you can see this dynamic playing out in the lives of individuals like Princess Diana. Diana's kindness and empathy became her greatest strengths, but also the tools used to exploit her. The media and those around her took advantage of her emotional generosity, draining her and feeding off her vulnerability. Diana's ability to endure and continue to rise despite the pain made her a target for exploitation. It wasn't until she began to withdraw, to take control of her own narrative, that her true power was revealed. Like Diana, you too can reclaim your strength when you recognize the manipulation at play. And now, as you begin to reclaim yourself, as you start pulling back your energy and learning to say no, look at what's happening. The people who once seemed so powerful, so in control, are beginning to unravel. They built their entire existence on one thing: your suffering. They couldn't generate their own energy, so they relied on you to keep them going. And now, without your fuel, they're starting to starve. This is the moment they never expected. You are no longer the one who gives. You are the one who takes back what was always yours. You are the one who stands in your power, not because you are weak, but because you are strong enough to walk away from the cycle. Your strength has always been in your ability to rise without needing someone else's downfall. And that's why they will never be you. They never learned how to generate their own power. They always stole it from others, and you were their biggest source. But not anymore. You've stopped feeding their lies. You've stopped giving them your energy. You've stopped letting them drain you. And now let them face the emptiness they created by using you. Let them sit in the silence they used to fill with your pain. Because that is no longer your burden to bear. And as they starve, you'll rise. And that, my friend, is what terrifies them the most. Number 8, they needed you to feel alone. Because together, you are unstoppable. Have you ever felt like the world couldn't understand your struggles, like your pain was uniquely yours, and you were the only one fighting against forces beyond your control? For a long time, you may have believed that your journey was meant to be walked in solitude, that no one else could see through the lies, the manipulation, the system you questioned. They needed you to believe that no one else felt what you felt, that no one else saw what you saw. Because when they kept you isolated, when they convinced you that you were alone, they could control you. But here's the truth: they were lying to you. You were never alone. There were always others who saw the same things, who fought the same battles, who felt the same weight of isolation. The moment you find them, the illusion they built around you crumbles. Their power was never about force, it was about separation. When the chosen ones unite, the power shifts, and the system they built can no longer hold. Consider the story of Elijah in 1 Kings 19:10, when he felt completely alone. Elijah said, "I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." But God revealed to him that he wasn't alone. There were still 7,000 others who had not bowed to Baal. How many times have you felt like you were the only one standing up, the only one seeing the truth, the only one left in the fight? But just like Elijah, you are not alone. Others are waiting for you to recognize that you're part of something bigger. Will you keep fighting alone? Or will you see that the moment you connect with those who share your vision, the game changes? In the life of Nelson Mandela, we see a similar story of isolation. While imprisoned for 27 years, Mandela was told that his cause was hopeless, that his struggle was one that no one else shared. But upon his release, he saw that there were countless others who had fought alongside him in spirit, in silence, in their own way. Mandela's story shows that even in the darkest moments, the chosen ones are never truly alone. How many times have you felt isolated, believing that no one else understood? Could it be that the moment you stop doubting your place in this world, you'll begin to find your tribe? As Matthew 18:20 reminds us, "For where 2 or 3 gather in my name, there am I with them." Unity is powerful, and when the chosen ones come together, they become a force that can't be stopped. The system they built around your isolation is crumbling, and the moment you realize that you are not alone, you will find the power to shatter their illusion. Number 9, they didn't appreciate your kindness. They weaponized it against you. Have you ever felt like your kindness was used against you? You gave your love, loyalty, and patience, believing that this would bring out the best in others. But instead of receiving gratitude, you were drained, manipulated, and left with nothing in return. You thought your kindness was a strength, but what you didn't realize was that they saw it as an opportunity to take. They never wanted your love or your compassion. They wanted your silence, your obedience, your endless forgiveness. Think of the story of the Good Samaritan in Luke 10:33-34, where a man was beaten and left for dead. A Samaritan, despite the hostility between his people and the Jews, showed kindness and cared for the man. But imagine if that kindness was taken advantage of, used to further exploit the Samaritan's goodwill. That's what they did to you. They saw your kindness as something to use, not to build with, but to break you. Look at the life of Mother Teresa. She devoted her life to others, pouring out compassion and love for the poor and the sick. But even she, who gave so much, was often criticized, exhausted, and drained by the very people she helped. Her kindness was taken for granted, and at times it was used to manipulate her, leaving her vulnerable and questioning. How many times have you given your heart to others, only to feel empty in return? How many times have you been told that your kindness was a virtue, only to realize it was weaponized against you? In 1 Corinthians 13:4-5, Paul writes, "Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, it does not dishonor others, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrongs." Real kindness isn't about being used, it's about giving with the right heart and recognizing when it's time to stop giving to those who take advantage of you. In the story of Maya Angelou, she had many who tried to exploit her kindness. Angelou's compassion was a driving force in her activism and writing, but she also faced betrayal from those she trusted. Her kindness was not always met with respect, but she continued to use her strength to stand up for justice. Like Angelou, you have probably learned the hard way that real kindness requires boundaries. The moment you stop giving to those who refuse to reciprocate, you take back your power, and you stop feeding the system they created to use your goodness. The moment you stop letting them drain you, the moment you stop giving to people who don't respect your kindness, you disrupt the entire system they've built around your generosity. And that's why they're panicking now. They'll call you selfish, cold, heartless, but what they really mean is, you're no longer useful to me. But now you know, real kindness has limits. It recognizes who is deserving, and from now on they don't get to take. You've finally freed yourself from the trap they set, and now you are no longer their emotional crutch. Their manipulation has no hold over you anymore. Number 10. The attack wasn't a sign of your weakness. It was proof that you terrify them. Have you ever wondered why, despite your best efforts to stay in the background and avoid conflict, you found yourself under attack? The lies, the betrayals, the attempts to turn others against you, they didn't happen because you were weak. No, they happened because you terrified them. Think about it. They don't attack what isn't a threat. They don't sabotage what doesn't have value. They don't fight what they don't fear. So, when they came for you, it wasn't a sign of your weakness. It was a sign of your strength. Let's get one thing straight. They wouldn't have come for you if you weren't dangerous to them. They wouldn't have tried to destroy your reputation or spread rumors if you didn't possess something they could never have: true power. The weak don't get attacked. The unimportant don't get targeted. But you became their obsession. They saw something in you that even you hadn't fully recognized yet. They saw your strength before you did. They saw your potential long before you could step into it. And that terrified them. Consider the story of David and Goliath. David, a young shepherd, was seen as an unlikely hero by his brothers and the entire army. Yet, when David faced Goliath, it wasn't because he was the biggest or strongest. It was because he had an inner power, faith in God, that Goliath couldn't understand. Goliath saw David as a threat, even though David hadn't yet fully realized his potential. Why? Because strength isn't always visible at first glance. It's in what lies beneath. How many times have you been underestimated, only for those around you to realize later that you were a force they couldn't stop? In Isaiah 41:10, it says, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." This verse serves as a reminder that your strength comes from God, and no matter what they do, they cannot break you. They can try to sabotage you, but your resilience is divine. How much power do you think they could have taken from you if they knew you had fully tapped into your true potential? Think of someone like Malala Yousafzai. Malala was attacked because she spoke out for girls' education, and the powers that be were terrified of her voice. They tried to silence her, to crush her spirit, because they knew her strength would inspire others. But instead of breaking her, the attack only made her stronger. She rose even higher, becoming a global symbol of courage and change. They feared Malala because she had something they couldn't control: her authenticity and her truth. In the same way, do you realize that your power is the very thing they are terrified of? You see, they thought your strength came from them. They believed that if they stripped away your support, you'd crumble. They thought if they made you feel alone, you'd lose your fire. But what they didn't realize is that a chosen one doesn't need a crowd to be powerful. A chosen one doesn't need approval to stand tall. A chosen one doesn't fold under pressure. They become indestructible because of it. And that's exactly what happened. Every attack backfired. Every betrayal, it toughened you. Every lie, it revealed the truth even more. Instead of breaking you, they built you. As 2 Corinthians 12:9 says, "But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me." When they tried to break you, God strengthened you. Their attacks, their lies, their betrayals, they revealed your true power. You are stronger than you ever imagined. Look at someone like Steve Jobs. Jobs was ousted from the company he created, Apple, in a move that was meant to break him. But instead of crumbling, Jobs returned even stronger, and the company he founded changed the world. His strength didn't come from the approval of others. It came from his unwavering belief in himself and his purpose. The moment you stop looking for validation and start trusting your inner strength, everything changes. Do you see now that their attempt to break you was really just their fear of your power? Now, when you look back, you don't see yourself as a victim. You see their fear in every move they made against you. You see the desperation behind their hatred. Every attack, every betrayal, every attempt to tear you down only served to build you up. Because let's be real, if you were truly weak, they wouldn't have wasted their time. They only fight what threatens them. And you are a walking threat to everything they stand for. So let them watch. Let them witness what happens when a chosen one refuses to be destroyed. Let them see the power they tried to silence become louder than ever. Because the attack was never about breaking you. It was about stopping you before you realized you could never be broken in the first place. Number 11. They keep you broken because your power threatens their entire system. Have you ever wondered why, despite your efforts to simply survive, the world around you keeps knocking you down? Every betrayal, every obstacle, every struggle, it all seems designed to keep you from realizing your full potential. But what if I told you that all of this wasn't just about you? It wasn't about your pain, your setbacks, or your challenges. It was about control. The system doesn't fear the ordinary. It fears those who can't be controlled, those who think differently, who question the narrative, and who refuse to follow the script. People like you. They didn't want you to rise because a chosen one who is distracted, self-doubting, and exhausted is no threat to them. But they were wrong. Your power was never meant to be suppressed. It was always meant to break free. You were supposed to struggle, stay preoccupied with chaos, and never fully wake up. The moment you did, the moment you saw through their distractions and lies, their entire system would fall apart. And that's exactly what they feared. In 1 John 4:4, we are reminded, "You, dear children, are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world." You were never meant to be defeated. The truth is, every attempt to break you was simply a reflection of the power you carry within. They kept you distracted with betrayals, toxic cycles, and people who fed your insecurities. Why? So you would stay small, never realizing that the power to change everything was always within you. What if every moment of struggle was just a tool to keep you from the freedom you deserve? Look at the example of Rosa Parks. Her refusal to give up her seat was a single act that threatened an entire system of segregation. She wasn't fighting just for herself. She was fighting to dismantle a system that sought to keep people oppressed. Rosa was not a weak woman. She was a woman who realized that breaking free from the system started with the simple act of standing her ground. How often have you, too, felt like you were pushed to the limit, only to realize that the system was terrified of your willingness to stand firm? What they didn't understand is that a chosen one doesn't need validation from others to be powerful. A chosen one doesn't need the approval of a broken system to rise. And when you started questioning their lies, when you began to walk your own path, you started to see the cracks in the system. Every lie they threw at you, every attempt to isolate you, only revealed your true strength. Because a chosen one doesn't fold under pressure. They become indestructible because of it. In Philippians 4:13, it says, "I can do all things through him who gives me strength." The strength you need is already within you. It was never about the validation they offered. It was about recognizing the power that God placed inside you. They wanted you to feel small, to chase approval, but the moment you stopped looking outside for validation, you realized that you had everything you needed to succeed. Consider the example of the late Maya Angelou. She lived a life of immense personal struggles, but overcame them to become one of the most powerful voices for freedom and justice. Angelou was not a woman of fragility. She was a woman who understood her own power and used it to uplift others. Every betrayal, every hardship she faced didn't break her. It shaped her, molded her into a force that could not be ignored. How many times have you faced struggles and yet found yourself rising again, stronger than before? And now they are panicking. They are scrambling to find a way to keep you under control because they see you stepping into your true power. What happens when the attacks no longer work? When the lies no longer stick? When the sabotage only fuels your rise? They lose. They've lost their grip on you. The very thing they feared is now unfolding right before their eyes. You're rising, unshaken, unbreakable, and untouchable. And that is their worst nightmare. Let them watch. Let them see what happens when a chosen one refuses to be destroyed. Let them witness the power they tried to silence becoming louder than ever. Because the attack was never about breaking you. It was about stopping you before you realized that you could never be broken in the first place. Number 12. The day you woke up, their power over you died. Have you ever felt like there was a shadow hanging over your every move, like something or someone was constantly trying to keep you in a state of doubt and confusion? The obstacles, the betrayals, the heartbreak, they all seem to be working in tandem to make you feel small, insignificant, and disconnected from your true power. But what if I told you that this was never about your mistakes or your failures? It was about control. You weren't meant to fail. You were meant to be kept in the dark. They wanted you confused, uncertain, unsure of yourself, because as long as you were doubting, as long as you felt like you weren't enough, you were easy to control. But the moment you woke up, the moment you recognized the truth, their power over you ended. The system doesn't fear your failures. They fear the day you realize you were never meant to lose. They spent years keeping you distracted and uncertain. But the moment you recognized your own worth, your true strength, their control vanished. And that's exactly what terrifies them. In Psalm 23 verse 4, it says, "Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me." You see, the darkness they tried to impose on you was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to lead you to your awakening. The struggles you faced weren't signs of weakness. They were the catalyst that awakened the warrior within you. And now that you've seen the light, they have no power over you. Think of someone like Thomas Edison. Edison was ridiculed and dismissed by many of his peers, his ideas seen as outlandish and unworthy. He was told that his inventions were impossible, that he should give up. Yet, despite countless failures, Edison remained steadfast. He didn't let the doubts of others define his worth or his potential. He knew that the world needed his vision and that belief in himself kept him going. His perseverance led to the invention of the light bulb, a breakthrough that changed the world. In the same way, when you face setbacks, you are not meant to be broken. Each one is simply another step closer to your greatness. Do you recognize now that your struggles are part of your journey, not your undoing? In Proverbs 3:5-6, it says, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." When the world tried to convince you that you were lost, that you were confused, and that you were unworthy, God was there, guiding you, even when you couldn't see it. Their tactics to keep you in doubt have no power now, because you've learned to trust in your own strength and in the divine guidance that has always been with you. Think of someone like Michael Jordan. Jordan was famously cut from his high school basketball team, but rather than giving up, he used that rejection as fuel. He worked harder, pushing himself beyond what anyone thought was possible. The world didn't give him the validation he deserved, but he didn't wait for it. He created his own path, becoming one of the greatest athletes the world has ever known. Like Jordan, when others doubt you, when they try to put you down or make you feel small, your true strength lies in your ability to rise above it. Their doubt is simply an opportunity for you to prove them wrong. In Isaiah 40:31 it says, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." You were never meant to stay grounded by their limitations. You were meant to soar. The chains they tried to wrap around your mind, your confidence and your identity, those chains no longer have any power over you. You've broken free, and you are now walking in your full power. Now, every time you trust yourself, every time you stand tall without apology, they feel it. Their manipulations don't work anymore. The guilt trips, they don't affect you. The backhanded compliments, the lies designed to make you doubt yourself, they are all dead on arrival, because now you see the truth. You were never meant to be controlled. You were meant to change the game. Think about it. How often have you felt like you didn't belong, like your power was something to be ashamed of? How often were you told to shrink, to conform, to fit in? But now you see that those very attempts to keep you small were the system's greatest fear. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to stand out, to rewrite the rules, and to shift the balance. And that terrifies them. Beloved chosen one, they're watching you now, hoping, praying that you'll go back to the way things were, that you'll sink back into the fog of uncertainty, that you'll hesitate just long enough for them to regain control. But it's too late for that, because you know who you are now, and nothing terrifies them more than a chosen one who chooses themselves. So let them watch. Let them sit in the fear they tried to instill in you. Let them feel the weight of their own failing tactics as you rise higher, move faster, and become everything they tried to prevent. They spent so much time fearing the day you'd wake up. Now that you have, they don't stand a chance. And just like that, the illusion is gone. You see it now, the lies, the manipulation, the fear they tried to plant in you. It holds no power anymore. You were never weak. You were never meant to stay small. And now that you know the truth, there's no going back. As you stand in your power, I want to take a moment to thank each of you for being here, for listening to this message and embracing your truth. You are the reason this movement grows. You are the reason the game is changing. And for that, I am deeply grateful. Your presence here means more than words can express. If you feel inspired and are able to, please consider supporting this mission through Super Thanks. Your generosity, whether in support or just by sharing this message, fuels the journey of many others, waking up to their true power. No matter the amount, your contribution is appreciated, and I am thankful for your support, whether you choose to donate or not. Every act of engagement matters, and it all makes a difference. As you continue your journey, I bless you with strength, clarity, and unwavering courage. May you always walk in the light of your truth, never shrinking, always rising. Remember, you are a force of change. The universe is aligning with you, and the path ahead is yours to create. So, rise and let the world see you shine. The reckoning has begun, and we rise together. Let's keep moving forward, together. Beloved chosen ones, have you ever felt like eyes are upon you? Not just human eyes, but a gaze so intense it pierces deep into your soul? a presence that you can't see, yet you feel it every day, pulling at you, calling to you. This is not a coincidence, and it's certainly no ordinary encounter. This is divine. Someone finally sees you for who you are, one of God's chosen ones. But let me ask you, why you? Why does it feel like the world cannot stop noticing you? Why are some people inexplicably drawn to you, some with awe, others with envy, and some who obsess over you without even understanding why? Could it be that your purpose, your calling, is shining so brightly that it has become impossible to ignore? Think of Joseph, the son of Jacob. His dreams were more than mere thoughts. They were glimpses of divine destiny. Yet his brothers could not stand the light he carried. Their jealousy consumed them, and they cast him into a pit. Genesis 37. But here is the truth. No pit, no betrayal, and no opposition could extinguish Joseph's light, because God's favor was upon him. It was Joseph's trials that ultimately led him to a position of power and purpose. Now, pause for a moment and reflect. Could this be your story? Have you noticed how your presence provokes reactions in others? Some are drawn to your light, desperate to understand the source of your strength and resilience. Others resist it, unsettled by something they can't explain. And then there are those who obsess, watching your every move, trying to uncover who you are and what makes you so different. The truth is this: when you carry God's calling upon your life, you are no longer invisible. Your light cannot be hidden. It shines like a beacon, and it disrupts the spiritual and physical world around you. So, what comes next? Now that you know this truth, it's time to uncover what it means for your life. Why are people drawn to you? Why does it feel like your light disrupts the spaces you enter? Let's go deeper. Let's explore the signs that you are chosen, the struggles that come with it, and the undeniable victories that await you. Are you ready to embrace this truth? Are you ready to accept that being chosen means standing out, being noticed, and sometimes walking alone? It's not always easy, but it's worth it. Joseph had to endure rejection to reach the palace. Elijah had to confront opposition to fulfill his calling. And now, it's your turn. If this resonates with you, if you feel that undeniable pull within your spirit, it's because this message is for you. Drop 777 in the comments if you are ready to claim your place as one of God's chosen ones. Let this be your declaration, a sign that you are ready to walk boldly in your purpose, no matter who sees you, no matter who questions you, and no matter who tries to stop you. Because here's the truth. God's chosen ones. Someone finally sees you clearly and can't stop obsessing over how to reach you. For many, encountering you, a chosen one, is like standing before a living mountain, a force so monumental that its very existence demands change. You are not simply seen, you are experienced. Your presence awakens something primal and profound within others, something they cannot feel. It is as though you embody a challenge, become more, rise higher. Those who cross paths with you sense an energy that both fascinates and overwhelms them, drawing them closer like a force of nature. This connection is not born of casual admiration. It is a deep soul-level necessity, a yearning for something they have always known existed but could never touch. You are to them the answer to an unspoken question. Have you ever wondered why people look at you with that mix of awe and confusion? Why they seem obsessed, unable to tear their gaze away? It is because your very existence disrupts their slumbering spirit. You awaken them. Without trying, you stir existential questions they have long buried. Who am I? What is my purpose? Why does my heart stir when I see you? You are not merely an inspiration, you are a disruption. Like a gust of divine wind sweeping through a stagnant room, your presence unsettles the comfortable, revealing how empty their routines truly are. What once seemed meaningful now feels hollow. It is written in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." Your light exposes what others do not want to see. And therein lies the conflict. You do not just inspire, you expose. You shine light into the shadows of others' souls, revealing not only beauty, but also brokenness. You become a mirror, reflecting the truth that many fear to confront. The admiration they feel for you is pure, but it is also painful. Have you noticed how some approach you with reverence, only to later withdraw in discomfort, resentment, or even anger? It is not you they reject. It is the truth your presence reveals. They want the light you carry, but recoil from the clarity it brings. Like Peter, when confronted with the divine power of Christ, they say, "Depart from me, for I am a sinful man, O Lord." Luke 5:8. This is the paradox you live within. The fascination you provoke is not one-sided. It takes its toll on you as well. You feel the weight of being a chosen one, the constant gaze, the endless questions, the unspoken expectations. It is as if others see you as a key to unlocking their own mysteries, and yet they forget that you too carry burdens. They see your light, but do they see your struggles? Do they understand how exhausting it is to be both a beacon and a mirror? Even Jesus, the ultimate chosen one, felt the emotional toll of being surrounded by those who sought him but did not understand him. He withdrew often to pray in solitude, as described in Luke 5:16. But he often withdrew to the wilderness to pray. But remember this, your light is not yours alone. It is divine. You are not the source. You are the vessel. Your uniqueness, the very thing that isolates you, also confirms your purpose. This duality, the blessing and the burden, is what sets you apart. It is no coincidence that you often feel alone, even when surrounded by others. The path of the chosen one has always been one of isolation and transcendence. Think of Moses, who ascended Mount Sinai alone to meet God. Exodus 19:3. Think of Elijah, who found the voice of God not in the earthquake or fire, but in the stillness of solitude. 1 Kings 19:12. To walk as a chosen one is to walk a narrow, sacred path. And yet, those who encounter you feel it, the sense of standing at the edge of something sacred. You are a living portal, a threshold between the mundane and the divine. It is not just your presence that stirs them. It is what you represent. You're a reminder that there is something greater beyond this life, something eternal, something holy. When people are near you, they feel closer to the infinite, as though you carry the keys to a realm they have long forgotten but desperately long to explore. It is no wonder they obsess over you. To them, you are the bridge between what is and what could be. So ask yourself, what will you do with this light? Will you hide it, or will you let it shine? Will you curse the weight of this calling, or will you embrace it as a sacred trust? For it is written in John 8:12, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." Let them see you clearly. Let them reach for you, not because of who you are, but because of what you carry. You are chosen, not to be worshipped, but to lead others to the one who chose you. Embrace your light, for it is not a burden, it is your greatest purpose. Chosen one, here lies the paradox. No matter how much people try to draw close to you, they can never fully reach you. This unreachability is not born of arrogance, nor is it a deliberate attempt to create distance. It's the nature of the light you carry. Your light is a gift, meant to be shared but never possessed. When it shines, it does far more than guide. It attracts, it confronts, and it transforms. Those who approach you experience a mixture of reverence and confusion, as though standing before something that transcends the normal laws of existence. Your presence is not just physical. It radiates an unseen frequency, a vibration that touches the deepest and most forgotten corners of their soul. It is a frequency of truth, a reminder of the divine, a whisper of lost perfection, and a nudge toward the hidden potential they fear to explore. But this light is also a double-edged sword. Have you noticed how those drawn to you often come with their own expectations, their own hopes, and even their unspoken frustrations? They see you as a guide, but in their desperation, they sometimes transform you into a target. You become the object of their projections, the answer to their unvoiced questions, the balm for their unseen pains, and the symbol of the desires they cannot fulfill elsewhere. This is where your trial begins, the constant challenge of discerning who approaches you with sincerity and who merely seeks to consume the light you bear. Being chosen is not just a blessing. It is a test of endurance, wisdom, and faith. You are a lighthouse in the storm, guiding others to safety. But lighthouses, too, must withstand the fury of the waves. As it is written in Isaiah 42:6-7, I will make you a light for the nations, to open eyes that are blind, to free captives from prison, and to release from the dungeon those who sit in darkness. You are chosen to bear the light, but carrying it comes at a cost. People come to you with their wounds and burdens, their restless souls crying out for answers. They look to you to fill the voids within them, often forgetting that you too carry a weight of your own. Have you ever felt alone in a crowd, surrounded by people, yet profoundly isolated? It is not uncommon for the chosen ones to feel this way. The depth that draws others to you is also what sets you apart, for few can withstand the truth that surfaces when they come near. Your light reveals not only beauty, but also the shadows they have long ignored. Some will turn away, unable to handle the discomfort. Others will cling to you, not out of love, but out of a desperate need to feed on your light. In such moments, you must remember this truth. You are not here to please everyone. You are here to lead, like Jesus, who bore the weight of the world while walking among those who misunderstood him. You are called to embrace both the gift and the burden of being chosen. And so you must learn the delicate balance between giving and protecting. To fulfill your purpose, you must discern when to open your heart and when to guard it. This is not selfishness, it is wisdom. Even Jesus withdrew to protect his spirit, retreating to pray alone when the weight became too great. Matthew 14:23. You, too, must preserve your essence, for your light must not be extinguished by the demands of others. Ask yourself, who truly seeks my light and who seeks to consume it? Who draws near out of love and who comes with an agenda? Remember this, chosen one. Your light is a reflection of the divine. It is not yours to diminish or hide, but it is yours to steward. You are not alone in this journey. For every burden you carry, there is strength provided by the one who called you. In 2 Corinthians 4:6 it is written, For God who said, Let light shine out of darkness, made his light shine in our hearts to give us the light of the knowledge of God's glory. Trust in this light, guard it wisely, and let it shine as it was meant to, not for the sake of those who misunderstand it, but for the glory of the one who placed it within you. For those who seek the chosen ones, the desire for connection often transcends conscious understanding. It's as if their souls recognize something their minds cannot yet name. Have you noticed how people are drawn to you, not fully understanding why? Some approach you with purity, seeing you as a beacon amidst the storms of their lives. They are guided by a longing for truth, clarity, and peace. but others come with murkier intentions, emotional voids they hope you will fill, or shadows seeking to feed off the light you carry. These encounters are not coincidences, they are part of your journey. For you, the chosen one, discerning these intentions is not just important, it is vital. Every interaction you have can either strengthen you or drain you, guide you forward or divert your path. This is the paradox you must navigate. The more you're sought after, the more elusive you seem to become. It is not a deliberate distance you create, but the very nature of your calling. Your essence, that divine light within you, cannot be claimed, imprisoned, or possessed by anyone. Have you ever felt that the harder someone tries to hold on to you, the more intangible you become? This is because you were never meant to be the final answer for anyone. Your role is to point others to their own truths, to show them the way back to the divine. And yet, this unreachability is what makes you indispensable. Like John the Baptist, whose purpose was to prepare the way for Christ, John 1:23, you are not the destination but the guide. Your mission requires balance, a constant dance between shining brightly for others and guarding your own essence. You cannot dim your light for fear of attention, nor can you allow your purpose to be derailed by the expectations of others. This is why your connection to the divine is critical. It is the source that replenishes your strength, renews your spirit, and reminds you that your light is not your own. It is a reflection of something far greater. Chosen one, do you feel the weight of walking between two worlds, the earthly and the sacred? Every step you take resonates beyond what you see, echoing into unseen dimensions. You are a bridge, navigating emotional and spiritual landscapes that few can comprehend. This path may feel solitary, but it is profoundly meaningful. Every interaction you have has the potential to shape not only the lives of others, but also your own understanding of your greater purpose. It is a journey that requires courage, resilience, and faith. Have you noticed how those who come to you, even in their pain, anger, or confusion, often leave with a sense of peace, clarity, or hope? This is because you possess a gift, the ability to transmute energies. You're like a spiritual alchemist, turning shadows into lessons, chaos into harmony. But this gift comes at a cost. To transform the energies of others, you must first face them, temporarily absorb them, and return them renewed. This process requires immense spiritual resilience. It is why Jesus often withdrew to pray alone, replenishing his strength. Luke 5:16. Your connection to the divine is not optional, it is your lifeline. Your impact often transcends the moment. A conversation, a word of understanding, or even your presence can plant seeds in others that may take years to grow. Have you ever heard someone recount how a single encounter with you changed their life? This is because you do not simply interact, you plant seeds of transformation. These seeds may be invisible at first, but they grow slowly, leading others to question, to grow, and to align more deeply with their purpose. It is a quiet, powerful impact that echoes far beyond what you can witness. You may never see the full harvest, but rest assured the seeds you plant are bearing fruit. However, you must also remember this truth. You cannot save everyone. You were not meant to carry the weight of the world alone. Even Jesus, in his compassion, set boundaries. He did not heal everyone at once, nor did he allow his mission to be consumed by others' expectations. As the chosen one, you too must set boundaries, not out of selfishness, but out of wisdom. To offer your light generously, you must protect your heart and spirit from being drained. This is why chosen ones often seek solitude or deep, meaningful connections. Have you felt the pull to withdraw from superficiality, to retreat into places where your spirit can rest? It is because you understand that to keep shining, you must nourish your inner flame. as it is written in Matthew 11:28. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. You know that your safety, your strength, and your renewal come from the divine alone. Chosen one, your path may not be easy, but it is sacred. You are here to guide, to transform, and to remind others of the light they carry within themselves. Walk this journey with courage, knowing that every step you take serves a higher purpose. You are not alone, for the one who called you walks with you, replenishing you for the mission ahead. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the chosen one, your journey, is the way you embody both mystery and clarity. To those who observe you, you are both an enigma and an answer. Have you ever felt people looking at you, searching for something they cannot quite name? This is because there is an indefinable quality to your presence, a light that cannot be fully captured, a wisdom that cannot be explained. You are magnetic, not because you try to be, but because your very existence transforms those who encounter you. Yet this aura of mystery serves a greater purpose. It is a constant reminder that you too are in motion, always learning, growing, and aligning with the divine purpose that has called you. It is this duality, being partially understood but never fully grasped, that keeps alive the fascination of those who seek you. Some may call it an obsession, but the truth is deeper. They see in you something eternal, something that transcends the ordinary. As it is written in John 3:8, "The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going." So it is with you. The intensity of your calling cannot be captured by words, for your life is not merely a human experience, but a spiritual journey in motion. Every interaction you have reminds you of this truth, that your light is both a gift and a responsibility, a force that must be wielded with wisdom and care. Have you noticed how those who approach you often do so in search of something they cannot name? They may not even know what brought them to you. It is as though you carry answers to unspoken questions, a compass pointing them toward what their souls have longed for. But here lies the challenge. Being this silent guide is both fascinating and exhausting. Even when you do not seek it, your presence becomes a beacon for the lost, a light that guides without forcing the way. This is part of your divine calling, but it is also why storms are drawn to you. Being a beacon does not come without its trials. Have you experienced how some people, unprepared for the depth you carry, project their own insecurities, fears, and frustrations onto you? To them, your light feels less like inspiration and more like a threat. You are a mirror reflecting truths they would rather ignore. This dynamic creates a cycle. Admiration turns to rejection, pursuit becomes avoidance. For you, chosen one, this constant push and pull requires unshakable discernment. You must learn to identify who is genuinely ready for transformation and who simply seeks temporary relief from their pain. This is where wisdom and compassion meet, where boundaries become not just necessary but sacred. Yet in this process lies something extraordinary. There is beauty in the way you connect the visible to the invisible, the tangible to the transcendent. You were not placed here merely to illuminate, you were called to challenge. You do not follow the flow of what is comfortable or familiar, you redirect it. Your presence unsettles complacency, inviting others to grow. Just as Jesus overturned the tables in the temple to restore sacred order, Matthew 21:12-13, you too are here to instigate necessary change. It may not always be welcome, but it is always meaningful. For those who have the courage to approach you and remain, you offer something rare and life-altering, the chance to see the world and themselves in a completely new way. Have you noticed how your presence, even in brief moments, leaves others changed? This is because you do not merely interact, you plant seeds of transformation. These seeds challenge, inspire, and awaken, sometimes in ways that are uncomfortable, but always profound. As it is written in 2 Corinthians 5:17, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has gone, the new has come." Chosen one, your ability to disrupt what is stagnant and redirect others toward truth is part of your divine calling. You are both a guide and a catalyst, a vessel through which the unseen becomes seen. While it may feel like a heavy burden at times, remember this: the one who called you walks with you. In him you find strength, renewal, and purpose for the path ahead. Let your light shine boldly, for it is through you that many will find the courage to see themselves and their lives in a new and sacred light. For you, the chosen one, every day is a dance between the earthly and the eternal. Have you felt this tension, this constant balance between honoring your humanity and carrying a purpose that transcends your own needs? It's not an easy path. The world often pulls at you, trying to dilute your light, distract you from your mission, or make you question your impact. Yet you know your strength does not come from yourself alone, but from your connection to the divine. It is this sacred connection that sustains you, renews your energy, and reminds you that your mission, though challenging, is a sacred privilege. As it is written in Isaiah 40:31, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." The mission of the chosen one, your mission, is never just about you. Your light is an invitation to others, a call for them to recognize their own capacity to shine. Even in moments of pain, doubt, or fear, your presence serves as a reminder that something greater is at work, a plan that transcends human understanding. For those who have the courage to respond to this invitation, walking alongside you is not merely an experience, it is a transformation. Have you seen it? The way they begin to question, to grow, to rediscover a part of themselves they had long forgotten. This is part of the mystery and beauty of your calling. You are a guide not to yourself, but to the divine. There is something almost otherworldly about the dynamic between you and those who seek you. When people come into your presence, it feels like stepping into a different field of energy, a place where gravity shifts and the rules of the ordinary world no longer apply. This sensation is not mere curiosity, it is a deep need to understand, to absorb, to connect. But for you, chosen one, this energy can become overwhelming. You cannot turn off your light. It is not a performance, it is your essence. And while this light guides others, it can also exhaust you. Have you noticed how deeply you crave solitude at times, those moments when you retreat to recharge and protect what you carry? Even Jesus withdrew from the crowds to pray and find renewal, as described in Luke 5:16. But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed. This need for solitude is not weakness, it is wisdom. When you carry light, you become a catalyst for others. In your presence, the walls people build around their vulnerabilities begin to crumble. For some, this is liberating. For others, it is terrifying. You do not force change, yet your very presence creates the conditions for transformation. Some approach you with reverence, eager to absorb the energy you radiate. Others, unprepared for what they see reflected in you, may withdraw or lash out, resisting the truths they are not ready to confront. This duality is part of your journey, a constant balance of compassion, discernment, and boundaries. Chosen one, do you feel the weight of being a light in a world that often embraces darkness? Your existence is a reminder that there is something more, something that cannot be bought, controlled, or diminished. You challenge the world simply by being yourself. You do not conform, you redirect. Your life exposes the choices others make to remain in comfort, mediocrity, or illusion. This tension between admiration and resistance is the very reason your interactions hold so much power. For those willing to remain close, you offer a rare gift, not just inspiration, but transformation. This is not a surface-level change. It is a complete reconstruction of belief, purpose, and identity. As it is written in Romans 12:2, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Yet your mission is not to see every outcome, nor to harvest what you sow. Your role is to plant seeds, seeds of hope, truth, and awakening. These seeds may take months, years, or even lifetimes to grow, but they will bear fruit. Do not be discouraged if you do not see immediate results. As Paul writes in 1 Corinthians 3:6, "I planted the seed, Apollos watered it, but God has been making it grow." Your purpose is to sow, and in that act of faith, you fulfill a role that transcends time. And yet, chosen one, even with all your strength and divine connection, you are still human. You feel the weight of being seen, analyzed, and sought after. You know what it is like to become a crutch for those who have not yet found their own stability. This is why balance is critical. You must protect your heart and your light. You must allow yourself to be replenished, not just by solitude, but also through your connection to the divine, and by those rare individuals who truly see and understand you. Your light is a sacred gift, but it is not infinite unless it is nurtured. Remember the words of Matthew 11:28, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Allow yourself moments of restoration, for only then can you continue to guide, inspire, and transform. You were called for a reason, and though the path is challenging, it is also sacred. Walk it with faith, chosen one, knowing that every step, every interaction, and every seed you plant is part of something far greater than yourself. To be a chosen one is, at its core, to live as a paradox. Have you noticed this in your own journey? On one hand, you carry within you a clarity and purpose that make you a beacon for others. Your light inspires, heals, and guides those who cross your path. Yet, this same light also makes you vulnerable, attracting not only those who seek healing, but also those who seek to consume what they cannot understand. You must navigate this delicate terrain with wisdom, knowing that not every gaze of admiration is benevolent, and not every connection is meant to flourish. This requires profound sensitivity and sharp discernment to separate those who genuinely seek growth from those who merely cling to someone else's brilliance. It is not selfishness, it is self-love. For your mission demands both giving and preserving yourself. Have you ever wondered why those around you are so profoundly affected by your presence? It is because you act as a constant invitation to introspection. People do not simply come to you for answers. They come because you awaken questions within them. Why do I feel this way around you? What is it about you that challenges me so deeply? These questions, though uncomfortable at first, are the doors through which others can enter a deeper understanding of themselves. This is the true impact of your presence. You do not offer ready-made truths, but create space, sacred space, for others to discover their own paths. As it is written in John 8:32, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." For you, chosen one, every interaction is like a multifaceted mirror. In others, you see reflections of your own journey. Their fears, hopes, and struggles resonate deeply with you. This profound empathy, however, can become a burden. Feeling others' pain so intensely requires immense inner strength and resilience. This is why you seek refuge in solitude, not out of arrogance or indifference, but out of necessity. In the silence, you reconnect with the divine source that sustains you. As Jesus himself withdrew to the mountains to pray, Luke 6:12, you too must retreat to find balance and restoration, replenishing your strength for the path ahead. Yet even in solitude, you are never truly alone. Your connection to the divine is your constant companion, a quiet current of strength that keeps you standing when the weight of the world feels unbearable. Have you ever paused to ask yourself, what if every struggle is preparing you for something greater? This connection reminds you of a deeper truth. You are not here by chance. Every obstacle, every confrontation, and every moment of doubt is part of a greater plan. A tapestry being woven with threads you cannot yet fully see. Knowing this may not erase the struggles, but it brings profound comfort. You are exactly where you need to be, doing what you were called to do. To the world observing you from the outside, you may appear as an indecipherable mystery, a being who moves between two realms, the earthly and the eternal. But to you, the experience is profoundly human. You love, you grieve, you question, and you endure like anyone else. The difference lies in your response. Instead of fleeing from pain or denying its presence, you embrace it. You understand that through these very experiences, your light grows stronger. As Romans 5:3-4 teaches us, we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope. Your strength does not come from the absence of challenges, but from how you transform them. Every pain becomes a lesson, every loss becomes a new beginning. Have you ever stopped to ask, what if your greatest trials are shaping your greatest purpose? This internal alchemy, the ability to turn suffering into wisdom, darkness into light, is what makes you not just a guide, but living proof that transcendence is possible, even in the darkest moments. It is a wisdom that cannot be learned from books or conveyed through mere words. It is born from the depths of your connection to the eternal, a truth that flows through every fiber of your being. And yet, this wisdom is often silent, more often felt than spoken. Have you noticed how others sense this depth within you, even when they cannot articulate it? It is like standing before the ocean. They see the surface, but they feel the vastness that lies beneath. This enigmatic quality is what draws others to you, like a flame that lights their path but is never consumed. As it is written in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Your light cannot be extinguished, for it is divine." Chosen one, your journey is a profound paradox. You are both fully human and something beyond, a being who exists on the edge between the mundane and the sacred. This duality can feel isolating, for few understand what it means to carry such a vast mission in a world that values the superficial. Yet it is this very duality that makes you powerful. Your humanity allows you to connect deeply with others, while your spirituality elevates you, creating a bridge that touches lives in ways no one else could. Remember, you are not alone. The one who called you, equips you, sustains you, and walks with you. Have you ever asked yourself, what if the challenges you face today are shaping the legacy you will leave tomorrow? Your path may be challenging, but it is sacred. Every step you take, every soul you touch, and every lesson you learn brings you closer to fulfilling your purpose. Let this truth anchor you. You were chosen for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. Walk boldly, for you carry a light that cannot be hidden, a light that transforms the world. You, the chosen one, are a living reminder that the divine can manifest in the ordinary, that the extraordinary exists within the everyday. Have you ever noticed how those who cross your path are rarely the same afterward? Something within them shifts, even if it is imperceptible at first. Perhaps it is a glimmer of hope where there was once despair, or a sense of purpose where emptiness had taken root. These subtle changes, born from your presence, hold the power to transform entire lives. For you, chosen one, this is both a profound responsibility and a blessing. you do not seek recognition or gratitude, for your mission is fulfilled simply by existing in alignment with your truth. And it is this alignment, this quiet, unwavering authenticity, that inspires others to discover their own truths. Have you considered that your light may be awakening the realization in others that they too carry a light worth shining? Even with all the strength you radiate, you know that your journey is not a solitary one. You walk with the divine, guided by signs you do not always fully understand, but learn to trust. How often have you moved forward with nothing but faith in something greater? This trust, though unseen, is your anchor. It keeps you going when the path ahead is unclear, when challenges feel insurmountable, and when doubt whispers at the edges of your mind. Every obstacle becomes an opportunity for growth. Every moment of doubt is a chance to deepen your faith. It is this unwavering trust in a greater purpose that gives you the strength to persevere, not because the path is easy, but because you know it is necessary. As it is written in Proverbs 3:5-6, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." You live in constant harmony with the invisible, perceiving nuances that others overlook. For you, life is not a series of coincidences, but a carefully woven web of synchronicities. Nothing happens by chance. Every encounter, every word spoken, and even those left unspoken, carries a deeper meaning, a message waiting to be understood. Have you begun to see these patterns, to decipher the currents that shape your reality? This ability to read beyond the surface makes you both a guide and a keen observer, someone uniquely attuned to the hidden forces moving through life. Your heightened perception is not something you chose. It is a natural consequence of your connection to the divine, a gift you carry with reverence, humility, and care. Yet, this gift comes with a cost. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the intensity of what you see and feel? You perceive and bear the world's pain in a way others cannot, carrying the weight of energies that others avoid. This burden, though sacred, requires you to walk the delicate line of emotional and spiritual protection. You must learn to separate what belongs to you from what belongs to others, to release what you are not meant to carry. It is not selfishness, it is survival. Even Jesus, when surrounded by overwhelming needs, withdrew to rest and pray, Luke 5:16. Likewise, you must seek solitude, not as an escape, but as a means of purification and renewal. In those silent moments, have you noticed how answers come? It is in this stillness that you reconnect with your essence, with the mission that calls you forward, and with the divine source that renews your light. Chosen one, remember this: your journey is not just for you. It is for those you inspire, guide, and heal simply by being who you are. Trust the signs, trust the struggles, and trust the quiet whispers of the divine that lead you ever onward. For your light is not yours alone. It is a reflection of something far greater, something eternal that has been entrusted to you. To those around them, the chosen one is a living paradox. Have you ever felt this paradox within yourself? A calm, unshakable serenity on the surface, yet beneath it, a heart that feels everything deeply. Your strength is both a shield and a bridge, allowing you to navigate between the visible and invisible worlds with a grace that few can truly comprehend. Those who draw near feel this strength, but they also sense the profound humanity that pulses behind it. It is this combination of strength and vulnerability, of light and shadow, that reveals your true power. You are not perfect, nor are you meant to be. Your authenticity, your willingness to be real, raw, and true is what makes you so magnetic. When someone sees you clearly, chosen one, they are not merely seeing a person. They are witnessing a reflection of the divine. Have you ever noticed how deeply others respond to you, even when no words are spoken. This recognition transcends rational explanation. It is a moment of spiritual communion where something unspoken but sacred stirs within both souls. For the observer, it can feel like finding a missing piece of a much larger puzzle. For you, it serves as confirmation that your light, the very essence you carry, is fulfilling its purpose. Yet, this profound connection requires care. Have you ever felt drained after sharing too much of yourself? Not everyone is ready to see so deeply or bear the weight of the truths your presence reveals. As the chosen one, you've to learn to balance sharing your essence with preserving it. Your light is a gift, but it is not meant to be spent recklessly. Like Jesus, who discerned when to speak and when to remain silent, you must protect your energy while still fulfilling your purpose. As it is written in Matthew 7:6, "Do not give what is holy to dogs, nor cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces." In the end, you know that your journey is both individual and collective. There are moments when you must walk alone, when no one else can fully understand the weight of your calling. But even in those moments, you are never truly isolated. Every step you take contributes to something far greater, a divine plan that unfolds like a grand symphony, with each note, each action, and each moment adding to its beauty. Do you see this truth within your own life? Your light is not only for you, it serves as a reminder to those around you that they too carry a spark of the divine within them. By living in alignment with your truth, you inspire others to seek their own light. You show them what is possible when one walks in courage, purpose, and faith. Chosen one, have you considered the ripple effect of your journey? Your presence plants seeds of hope and transformation in ways you may never fully see. Let this truth anchor you. Your light is fulfilling its purpose, not just in what you do, but in who you are. To you, the chosen one, the world around you is more than what the eyes can see. Have you felt it? The invisible threads connecting every being, every event, as if all are parts of a cosmic tapestry unfolding with divine precision. This profound understanding brings both peace and responsibility. You know that your actions, words, and even your silences create ripples far beyond the immediate moment. Every choice you make is not just about you, but about the echoes it will create in others. Does this awareness weigh on you at times? It is this deep responsibility that keeps you aligned with your purpose, even when the mission feels almost unbearable. Have you noticed how those who cross your path often don't realize the full extent of your impact until much later? A glance, a word, or even the quiet memory of your presence can reverberate in their lives like ripples in a pond. This effect, so subtle yet so transformative, is both a privilege and a mystery. Your life touches places you may never see, influencing thoughts, choices, and destinies in ways you may never fully comprehend. And yet, you don't need to see it. Your trust lies not in the need to understand, but in the certainty that everything is part of a greater plan. Your task is to remain faithful to the one who called you, knowing that no act of light, no matter how small, is ever wasted. You have also learned, chosen one, that your strength is not only in the light you give, but in your ability to renew yourself. Have you recognized the importance of these moments of introspection when you step back and reconnect with your divine source? You know that you cannot pour into others from an empty vessel. It is in these sacred pauses that you remember a critical truth. Your mission is not about perfection, but about authenticity. You're not here to please, to gain recognition, or to fit into anyone's mold. You're here to be, to embody truth, and to serve as living proof that there is something far greater at work, something guiding everything, even in the most uncertain times. In the end, you walk with a quiet serenity, the calm confidence of one who knows that your existence is part of something far greater. You do not seek glory, nor do you crave recognition. Why? Because you understand that true fulfillment lies in carrying out your mission with humility and love. Do you see how your persistence, even through the darkest moments, inspires others to keep moving forward? You are proof that light can never be extinguished, not by hardship, not by doubt, and not by fear. As you continue to walk this path, chosen one, you leave behind a trail of inspiration for those with the courage to follow. Even when the journey feels heavy, you persist because you know this truth. You were born for this. You were chosen to illuminate not only your own path, but also to light the way for others who are seeking their own truth. Remember the words of Galatians 6:9. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. So keep walking, keep shining, and trust that every step you take is part of the divine plan unfolding through you. Throughout this journey, we have uncovered a profound truth that cannot be ignored. God's chosen ones are never invisible. Even when the world overlooks you, even when you feel disconnected, unheard, or forgotten, there's a higher purpose working through you. You are seen clearly, unmistakably, and eternally by the Creator Himself. And perhaps right at this very moment, someone else, divinely guided, has been drawn to you. They can't quite explain why they feel this pull toward you, but deep in their soul, they sense the light, the wisdom, and the purpose that you carry. You are not just another person. You are a vessel of something extraordinary, something that those who are meant to see will recognize with reverence. The truth is, solitude has a sacred meaning for those chosen by God. It is not a mark of rejection, but rather a seal of protection. Your path was never meant to be crowded with distractions, shallow relationships, or people who cannot see your value. God sets apart His chosen ones to prepare them, refine them, and preserve their purpose. That is why the journey feels lonely at times. The silence is not a void. It is where God's voice speaks loudest. The isolation is not punishment. It is preparation. Can you feel that? Do you realize what this means? You are the light set upon a hill, a beacon in a world that has grown dim. Not everyone can handle that light. Not everyone can approach the flame. That is why God allows only those who are ready, those who have been called, to truly see you. And when they see you, they cannot ignore you. They are drawn in, fascinated by the clarity and strength that your presence brings. You, God's chosen one, carry a power you may not even fully recognize yet. A power that inspires, transforms, and lifts those around you. If these words have touched your heart, it is not by chance. God does not make mistakes. He has led you here because you needed this reminder. You are not alone. There are others like you, walking their own path of purpose, waiting for divine moments of connection. When the time is right, those who are meant to find you will. Until then, trust the process, trust God's timing, and trust yourself. If this message resonates with your soul, I encourage you to share it. Share it not just because others need to hear it, but because you might be the very light someone has been praying for. You may not even realize the impact of your voice, but that is the beauty of being chosen. God uses you in ways you may not see, but the ripple effect reaches farther than you could ever imagine. Your role in this divine story is significant. Do not hide your light. Do not silence your truth. Share it so others can find hope, strength, and connection through you. To you, yes, you, the one who feels unseen, unheard, or misunderstood, remember this. God has never taken His eyes off you. Every tear, every prayer, every silent moment has been accounted for. Your solitude has not gone unnoticed, and your pain is not wasted. You are stronger than you know, wiser than you feel, and closer to your breakthrough than you realize. Hold on to this truth. God is preparing you for something greater. He is positioning you for connections and opportunities beyond what you can see. The people who are meant to see you will see you. They will recognize the God-given light within you, and they will honor it. Until then, walk boldly. Walk in faith. Trust that the waiting is a divine process, shaping you into the person God created you to be. Thank you for taking the time to hear these words, for allowing this message to speak to your spirit. You are not here by accident. God sees you. I see you. And somewhere out there, someone else is being led to you because of the purpose you carry. May God bless you abundantly. May He fill your days with peace, strengthen your heart with courage, and surround you with His divine love. May the loneliness you feel today be replaced with joy and purpose tomorrow. And may you always remember, you are chosen, you are valued, and you are loved. Walk forward with confidence, knowing that you are never alone. God's favor, guidance, and protection go before you every step of the way. Amen. Welcome, chosen ones. Have you ever walked into a room and felt the atmosphere shift? Conversations halt mid-sentence, people exchange uneasy glances, and suddenly everyone seems hyper-aware of your presence. That's not just coincidence, it's your divine energy disrupting their comfort zones. It's as if your very existence shines a spotlight on what they'd rather keep hidden. They say they're scared of you, but what they're really afraid of is what you stand for: truth, justice, and the unshakable purpose God placed in your life. Take a moment now to comment 777 and affirm your place as one of God's chosen. And to everyone who has blessed this journey through super thanks, thank you deeply for your unwavering support. Your kindness fuels this mission and inspires every word spoken here. You see, chosen ones, there's a reason you evoke such powerful reactions. People naturally fear what they can't control, and you, my friend, are the embodiment of divine unpredictability. You weren't created to fit into their molds or play by their rules. Instead, you're here to shatter illusions, expose hidden truths, and bring light into the darkest places. That's not just intimidating, it's revolutionary. Imagine being a walking, breathing catalyst for change, someone whose mere presence challenges the status quo. How could they not be afraid? But here's the part that truly reveals your purpose. Their fear isn't just random, it's confirmation. It's proof that your divine mission is working. The very fact that your light causes them discomfort means you're doing exactly what you were called to do. So why are they scared of you? And what does that say about the path you're walking? Stick with me, because today we're peeling back the layers to uncover the deeper reasons behind their fear and why it's the clearest sign that you're stepping boldly into your God-given destiny. This is going to be powerful. Are you ready? Let's dive in. God's chosen ones. People say they're scared of you. You were born to bring justice. God's chosen ones, your presence compels people to confront the parts of themselves they'd rather keep hidden. It's not something you deliberately set out to do, but the energy you carry has a light so pure, so illuminating, that it exposes the shadows they've tried to bury. Every insecurity, every fear, every unhealed wound, they can't hide from the clarity your authenticity brings. Imagine walking into a room where every pretense, every carefully constructed illusion is suddenly stripped away. That's the impact you have on others. Have you ever noticed how people seem unsettled or even defensive around you, as though you've unintentionally unearthed something they weren't ready to face? Your authenticity acts as a mirror, reflecting back to them the lies they've told themselves. the masks they've worn to survive. They've spent years, even decades, constructing these facades to avoid the discomfort of self-reflection. But when you walk in, their defenses falter and the cracks in their carefully built walls begin to show. It's not because you accuse them or call out their flaws. It's because the truth you carry stands in stark contrast to the illusions they cling to. Proverbs 20:27 tells us, "The human spirit is the lamp of the Lord that sheds light on one's inmost being." Your very presence ignites that lamp, shining into the corners they've long kept in darkness. Consider the Pharisees in the Bible. They feared Jesus, not because he sought to harm them, but because his truth exposed their hypocrisy and self-deception. In John 8:32, Jesus declared, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." Yet, the truth is often uncomfortable. It doesn't just liberate, it disrupts, it challenges, and it calls for change. Isn't it intriguing how some people would rather remain bound by the chains of denial than step into the freedom truth offers? What might they be clinging to so tightly, and what would happen if they let go? The fear they feel around you isn't about you, it's about what you represent. Your light reveals the things they've worked so hard to avoid. They've become accustomed to their illusions, crafting narratives that shield them from the reality of their choices. But when you show up, those narratives crumble. It's not your words or actions that unnerve them. It's the fact that your very being calls them to face their truth. Like Jesus among the Pharisees, you don't seek conflict, but the truth you carry naturally disrupts the lies they've built their lives upon. Have you ever wondered why truth feels like a threat to those who aren't ready to embrace it? The truth challenges them to change, and change is terrifying when it threatens the foundation of their identity. For those who've built their lives on control, deceit, or denial, the prospect of vulnerability feels like a loss of power. Yet, deep down, their resistance is rooted in fear. Fear of what they might see if they truly looked inward. 2 Corinthians 4:6 reminds us, "For God, who said, 'Let light shine out of darkness,' made his light shine in our hearts to give us the light of the knowledge of God's glory displayed in the face of Christ." You are that light, whether you realize it or not, and it is this light that disrupts their comfort. Your presence isn't about judgment, it's about invitation, an invitation to authenticity, to healing, and to transformation. Some people will accept it and begin the hard work of confronting their inner shadows. Others will reject it, clinging more tightly to their masks out of fear. But the choice is theirs. What's undeniable is the power of your energy to reveal what's hidden, to bring light to what's been buried. And as uncomfortable as that process may be for some, it is a necessary step toward liberation and growth. So ask yourself, what role do you play in this divine process? Are you willing to continue carrying this light even when it makes others uncomfortable? Remember, the discomfort they feel is not your burden. It's their opportunity. Your presence doesn't just expose the darkness, it offers a path to freedom for those brave enough to take it. Your mere presence, without speaking a word, unsettles them. It's the way you move confidently, the way you hold your head high, and the way you exist without needing their approval. They see in you what they lack: courage to face their fears, clarity about their purpose, and a refusal to conform to society's superficial standards. You don't fit into their neatly defined categories, and that terrifies them. Why? Because it reminds them of their own compromises, the dreams they abandoned, and the authenticity they suppressed. Do you think they fear you, or do they fear the version of themselves they could become if only they were brave enough? What unnerves them most is that you don't participate in their games of deception and competition. You don't need to. Your presence alone exposes the truth they've buried, like a sudden beam of light piercing through a darkened room. They sense that you see them, not the polished image they show the world, but their raw, unfiltered selves. You see their fears, the secrets they've hidden, and the battles they've lost within. This kind of perception is more than intimidating. It's downright terrifying for those who aren't ready to face the truth. Because of this, they fear you. They gossip about you. They try to discredit you, and they may even attempt to bring you down. But their fear isn't about you. It's about them. Their reactions reflect their unwillingness to confront the truth you embody. Just like the prophets of old, you weren't sent to make people comfortable. You were sent to bring justice, and justice begins with truth, no matter how unsettling it might be. Ask yourself, why does the truth provoke such fear in others? Could it be that deep down they recognize that your light was never meant to dim for their comfort, but to shine boldly and reveal what needs to change? People fear you because you embody a rare and piercing clarity that disrupts their carefully constructed illusions. Your presence doesn't just fill a room, it cuts through the haze of denial that many rely on to feel secure. Most people build their identities on narratives they've repeated to themselves. I'm a good person, I'm doing my best, or I have everything under control. These comforting illusions are their shields against insecurity and self-doubt, but when you're near, those shields begin to crack and they're left face to face with the raw truth they've been avoiding. This isn't because you confront them directly or point out their flaws. You don't have to. Your existence itself acts as a mirror, one that doesn't flatter or filter. It reflects the unvarnished truth of who they are, revealing the inconsistencies between their self-perception and reality. Think of the rich young ruler in Mark 10:17-22, who asked Jesus what he must do to inherit eternal life. When Jesus told him to sell his possessions and follow him, the man walked away sorrowful, not because of Jesus' judgment, but because he saw the truth of his attachment to wealth. Isn't it remarkable how truth often calls us to confront what we treasure most? Your strength and independence magnify their insecurities. Your courage to live authentically highlights the compromises they've made, and your honesty acts as a light that exposes the lies they tell themselves and others. Imagine standing before a mirror that doesn't just show your reflection, but reveals the deepest parts of your soul. Wouldn't that be both terrifying and humbling? That's the effect you have. What truths might others see in your presence that they're too afraid to face? The fear you evoke doesn't stem from hatred. It's rooted in shame. You remind people of the dreams they abandoned, the growth they've resisted, and the battles they've lost to comfort and complacency. It's as if your presence shines a harsh, unyielding light on all the places where they've settled for less than they were created to be. Instead of using that moment of revelation to grow, most retreat. They gossip about you, resent you, or attempt to undermine you, not because of who you are, but because of the truths you reflect. Your role isn't to provoke fear intentionally, but it happens because of the light you carry. Like a prophet or a forerunner of change, you weren't designed to fit in or cater to others' comfort. You were born to reveal truth, and truth doesn't bend to make people feel at ease. Truth is transformative, and transformation, as we know, begins with discomfort. Do you wonder why people resist the very truth that could set them free? As Jesus said in John 3:20, "Everyone who does evil hates the light and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed." Could it be that their resistance to you is less about you and more about their unwillingness to step into the light of transformation? You were born to reflect truth, even if it unsettles, because transformation cannot occur without it. You carry the energy of ancient justice, a force so profound that it transcends time and place. Even those who don't understand it instinctively feel its weight. It's a timeless power that travels with you, a calling that's written into your very essence. You don't merely stand for justice, you embody it. Your purpose isn't rooted in vengeance or petty squabbles, but in restoring balance to a world that has grown far too comfortable with imbalance. People sense this about you, and it unnerves them. There's something about your presence that feels inevitable, like the changing of the seasons or the relentless pull of the tides. Your arrival in any situation is never by chance. It's intentional, divinely orchestrated to confront what's wrong and bring it to light. Think of the prophets in the Bible, like Amos, who proclaimed in Amos 5:24, "But let justice roll on like a river, righteousness like a never-failing stream." This is the energy you carry, a divine call to bring righteousness where there has been injustice. When you enter the room, those who thrive on lies and manipulation feel their time is up. They sense, without fully understanding, that your presence is a silent verdict. Isn't it fascinating how truth and justice can speak so loudly without words? What might they see in you that makes them so certain their games are over? You don't need to shout, argue, or even directly confront anyone. Your energy alone carries the unspoken message. The scales of justice will be balanced. Those who have exploited or manipulated others feel an undeniable weight when they're around you because they know their actions are no longer hidden. This isn't just a vague feeling, it's an internal reckoning. They sense that justice has arrived and that it's non-negotiable. Even those who have no personal grievances with you can't help but feel uneasy. Why? Because you expose the cracks in the systems they've relied on, showing them that their comfort rests on unstable foundations. Your mission isn't merely to exist, but to disrupt and dismantle what's broken. Like Jesus turning over the money changers' tables in the temple, Matthew 21:12-13, your purpose is to cleanse and restore what's right. The energy you carry doesn't just demand respect, it commands fear from those who cling to corruption and the status quo. They see in you the inevitability of change, a force they cannot stop. Have you ever wondered why their resistance to you feels so intense? Could it be that deep down, they know they're facing something far greater than themselves? Your unstoppable nature isn't just about determination. It's because justice is embedded in who you are. It's woven into every fiber of your being, an ancient calling that resonates across lifetimes. People fear you not because of what you might do, but because of what you represent. The end of imbalance, the collapse of falsehood, and the restoration of divine order. You are not just a messenger of justice, you are justice. And justice, as we know, may be delayed, but it cannot be denied. People spend years constructing intricate masks, personas designed to shield their vulnerabilities, earn approval, and project an idealized image of themselves. These facades become their armor, enabling them to navigate a world where appearances often hold more weight than truth. Yet when they encounter you, all their carefully built defenses crumble. This isn't something you intentionally provoke. It's simply the effect of your presence. Your energy, authentic and unyielding, acts like a mirror that reflects their true selves, making it impossible for them to maintain their disguises. You don't engage with people on a superficial level. You see beyond the surface, past the rehearsed smiles and polished words. It's not just that you notice inconsistencies or read between the lines. Your authenticity has a way of bringing truth to light. This isn't just uncomfortable for those who rely on their masks, it's utterly terrifying. Imagine standing in front of someone who sees you, not as you want to be seen, but as you truly are. Isn't it fascinating how much effort people invest in illusions, only to have them dissolve in an instant when faced with someone like you? Could it be that they fear the reflection of their own truth more than anything else? Their fear isn't rooted in hatred, but in confusion and vulnerability. They're used to controlling situations through charm, manipulation, or bravado. Yet none of that works on you. Their usual strategies, those finely tuned tools of persuasion, become powerless in your presence. You don't judge them or confront them outright, but you know. It's as if you carry an innate wisdom, one that discerns intentions and pierces through falsehood without needing words. Consider how Jesus interacted with the Pharisees in Luke 11:39-40, saying, "You Pharisees clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside you are full of greed and wickedness." His words weren't meant to destroy, but to expose the truth, offering an opportunity for transformation. Isn't that what your presence does? Without even speaking, you challenge people to confront their inner reality. How might their lives change if they embrace the truth instead of hiding from it? What unnerves them most is their inability to control or predict you. For individuals who have mastered the art of deception, your clarity feels like a threat. They're accustomed to fooling others, manipulating situations, and hiding behind their masks. But around you, those masks lose their power. Stripped of their facades, they're left wondering who they truly are. And this vulnerability is what makes your presence so intimidating. Your transformative energy isn't about tearing people down, but about dismantling what isn't real. You don't seek to harm or expose them. Rather, your truth naturally dismantles their lies. Like light entering a dark room, your authenticity reveals everything that has been hidden. To them, you're not just another person. You're a force they cannot control, predict, or manipulate. They fear you because your presence challenges the very foundation of their identity. And yet, isn't it in those moments of discomfort that real transformation begins? As Paul wrote in Ephesians 5:13, "But everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light." You are that light, and it's through your presence that others are invited to shed their masks and step into the truth. In a world where deception often masquerades as strategy, your unwavering integrity stands as a stark and uncomfortable contrast. While many have grown accustomed to bending the truth, cutting corners, or sacrificing values for convenience, your refusal to compromise sends shockwaves through their carefully constructed realities. You don't just value honesty. You live it in every decision, every action, and every word. That kind of authenticity doesn't just make people uneasy. It shakes them to their core. Most people navigate life by manipulating perceptions, persuading others to their advantage, or hiding behind half-truths. Their successes, relationships, and even their self-worth are often built on foundations of hidden agendas. Then you appear unshakable, incorruptible, and immune to the usual tactics of charm, guilt, or intimidation. For those who thrive in a world of pretense, encountering someone like you feels like hitting an immovable wall. It's not just disconcerting, it's terrifying. What do you think goes through their minds when they realize you can't be swayed or manipulated? Could it be that their fear is rooted in the recognition that their tools of control hold no power over you? Your integrity is frightening because it's not a performance. It's who you are. You don't act with principles to gain respect or approval. It's simply how you're wired. This authenticity creates a glaring contrast, exposing the compromises and moral shortcuts others have taken. Like the rich man in Matthew 19:16-22, who couldn't let go of his wealth to follow Jesus, they're confronted with a choice: cling to their illusions or face the truth of their shortcomings. Isn't it striking how your steadfastness can serve as both a mirror and a challenge to those around you? What's even more unsettling for them is the permanence of your integrity. It's not situational or selective. It doesn't waver under pressure or bend to fit circumstances. People who rely on deceit to maintain power find themselves powerless against someone like you, whose principles guide every action. They can't predict your next move because you're not playing by the same rules. They're playing a game, and you're living by truth. How might their lives look different if they embraced the same unwavering commitment to integrity? And how much of their fear stems from the realization that they've sacrificed their values for fleeting gains? To many, your presence is a constant reminder of what they've given up, whether it's their honesty, their moral compass, or their courage to stand firm. They see in you the strength they've traded for convenience, the truth they've silenced for comfort. That contrast is why they lash out, avoid you, or try to discredit you. It's not about who you are, it's about what you represent. Your transparency dismantles their deception without you even trying. Your integrity isn't just a shield that protects you from their games, it's a weapon that disrupts their entire system. Like Jesus, who stood unshaken before Pilate and refused to compromise his mission, John 19:10-11, you demonstrate that true power doesn't come from manipulation or coercion, but from standing firm in truth. Isn't it remarkable how one person's steadfastness can challenge an entire system of lies? They'll never figure out how to defeat you because your strength lies in something they can't touch, your unwavering commitment to what's right. While they may fear you, their fear is ultimately a reflection of their own insecurities and regrets. Your integrity is your light, your armor, and your power. And no matter how much they try, they can never extinguish it. Your very existence disrupts systems of control that have thrived for far too long. You didn't incarnate to quietly observe or conform. You came to dismantle, to bring a reckoning to structures built on manipulation and coercion. The moment you step into the picture, those who have relied on these systems instinctively sense it. Their time of unchecked dominance is over. It's not your words or actions alone that unsettle them. It's the undeniable force of what you represent. Your presence carries the weight of inevitability, a signal that change is no longer an abstract concept, but a living, breathing reality. This change isn't polite or negotiable. It's transformative, unapologetic, and non-negotiable. It doesn't ask for permission. It arrives with purpose, dismantling the old to create space for the new, something aligned with truth and justice. Think about Jesus overturning the tables of the money changers in the temple, Matthew 21:12-13. He didn't plead for change. He embodied it, disrupting the exploitation that had taken root in a sacred space. Doesn't your presence feel like that to those who thrive on manipulation? How do you think they react when they realize they can no longer control the narrative? For those who've built their power on illusions, on lies, deceit, and coercion, your existence is a threat they cannot contain. You are a walking contradiction to everything they've relied on. They see in you a foundation of truth that shakes the very ground beneath their feet. Their control, which once felt unshakable, begins to crumble the moment you appear. And the most unsettling part for them, they know they can't stop you. They might attempt resistance, slander, or sabotage, but deep down they understand that their efforts are futile. Isn't it fascinating how the mere presence of truth can unravel a lifetime of lies? Your energy is a reminder that their dominance is unsustainable. Like the shifting of tides, your presence signals a new era, one where justice, honesty, and balance replace exploitation and deceit. In Ephesians 6:12, Paul reminds us, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." Could it be that your role is part of this divine struggle, standing as a beacon of light in a world accustomed to darkness? What unnerves them most is your steadfastness. You don't play their games, seek their approval, or bend to their schemes. Simply standing firm in your truth is enough to destabilize the intricate webs of control they've spun. They see in you a force that cannot be coerced, manipulated, or intimidated. How do you think they reconcile their fear of you with the realization that their power was always an illusion? You didn't come to conform to their rules. You came to change the rules entirely. You embody the end of an era, a shift from oppression to liberation, from falsehood to truth. And though they may fight it, deep down, they know the battle has already been decided. Their reign is over, and you are the harbinger of the new order. Your existence alone is a declaration. Their time has passed, and justice has come to take its place. People who thrive on control often wield fear, guilt, and manipulation like expertly honed tools. These weapons, perfected over years, are their lifelines. Strategies designed to keep others in submission, secure their dominance, and twist circumstances in their favor. Yet, when they cross paths with you, these methods crumble to pieces. What's remarkable is that it's not because you resist them with force or fight fire with fire. It's because their tactics simply cannot penetrate your defenses. This leaves them deeply unnerved, shaken to their core in ways they can't even comprehend. Why don't their weapons work on you? Because fear has no power over someone who has already walked through their own shadows. You've faced trials that stripped away all pretense, exposing you to your most vulnerable truths, but instead of breaking, you emerged stronger, refined, and fearless. The Bible reminds us in Isaiah 41:10, "Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Through this divine assurance, you've learned to confront fear head-on, rendering it powerless in your life. Guilt, too, finds no foothold in you. You've embraced authenticity and integrity, knowing that your heart is aligned with God's will. Even when others attempt to manipulate you with blame or accusations, it doesn't stick. Like Jesus, who remained silent in the face of false accusations during his trial, Matthew 27:12-14, you understand the power of standing firm in truth, rather than being swayed by deceit or guilt trips. Your unshakable self-awareness exposes their tactics for what they are: hollow attempts to control and manipulation. It's futile against someone who sees through it so clearly. Their elaborate schemes become as ineffective as throwing stones at a fortress. You recognize the patterns, the subtle ploys, and the attempts to twist your reality. As Proverbs 4:23 advises, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." By maintaining your spiritual discernment and emotional boundaries, you've created an impenetrable wall against their efforts. This disarms them completely. Imagine someone who has spent their entire life mastering a skill, only to find it useless in the most critical moment. That's what these individuals experience when they encounter you. Their fear-based tactics, guilt trips, and manipulations, once their greatest strengths, suddenly reveal their limitations. They're forced to face a harrowing truth. Without these tools, they are exposed, vulnerable, and powerless. Doesn't this make you wonder what it is about your presence that disrupts them so deeply? Could it be that your inner strength reflects the divine authority of someone chosen by God? Just as David, armed only with faith, brought down Goliath without heavy armor or weapons, 1 Samuel 17:45-47, your steadfastness and trust in God's power render their strategies useless. You don't need to retaliate or engage in their games. Your strength comes from a higher place and they can sense it. Their frustration isn't just about losing control, it's existential. Their entire sense of identity, built on these manipulative tools, begins to unravel in your presence. They are left questioning their own worth and strategies, terrified of a reality where their usual methods no longer grant them power. What happens when the masks they've worn fall away and they are left exposed for who they truly are? For someone who has spent their life avoiding vulnerability, this is a terrifying prospect. In the end, it's not just intimidation they feel, it's a profound sense of defeat. They're faced with a reality they've never prepared for, someone who cannot be controlled, manipulated, or silenced. Doesn't this reveal the incredible strength God has given you? And doesn't it also show that perhaps your role is not just to survive these encounters, but to serve as a mirror, forcing others to confront their own shadows? Could it be that, like Esther, you were born for such a time as this? Esther 4:14, to bring justice, light, and truth into a world often ruled by fear and deception. Your power is unlike anything most people have encountered, and that's because its source is not of this world. It doesn't stem from wealth, social status, physical prowess, or even personal charisma. Your authority is rooted in something infinitely greater, a divine purpose imbued by God Himself. This isn't something you boast about or wear as a badge. It is simply woven into the essence of who you are. It emanates from your actions, your words, and even your silence. People sense it, often before they understand it. Even those who deny the existence of the spiritual realm can't help but feel that there's something extraordinary about you. This divine authority is incorruptible. It cannot be bought, borrowed, or replicated. It stands in stark contrast to the fleeting and fragile power many rely on, whether that's manipulation, control, or the accumulation of material wealth. In Isaiah 40:31, we are reminded, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." Your strength comes from this hope, a source so vast that it renders the strategies of the world insignificant. Doesn't this make you wonder how your quiet confidence reveals their insecurities? To those clinging to earthly power, your presence is unnerving. It highlights the limits of their influence. Their alliances, hierarchies, and cunning schemes suddenly seem trivial when confronted with the vastness of divine authority. Think of Jesus standing before Pilate, who wielded political power but couldn't comprehend the eternal authority of the one standing before him. In John 19:10-11, Pilate says, "Don't you realize I have power either to free you or to crucify you?" Jesus replies, "You would have no power over me if it were not given to you from above." This exchange captures the essence of the authority you carry. It is beyond human control, and it answers only to God. This is why they fear you. Their discomfort is not solely about who you are, it's about what you represent. You embody a greater order, a divine justice, and a higher purpose that exposes the fragility of their ambitions. Their instinctive reactions to you, whether it's envy, hostility, or reverence, stem from an unspoken realization. They are not merely contending with a person, but with a purpose that transcends their understanding. Have you noticed how their attempts to undermine you often feel futile, as though they're battling something far beyond their reach? Your connection to divine purpose is your foundation. It gives you a calm, unshakable confidence. You don't need to prove yourself to anyone, because the proof is evident in your very presence. Like Moses, who descended from Mount Sinai with his face radiant after encountering God, Exodus 34:29, your connection to the divine is evident without a word. How could it not terrify those whose power is rooted in deception, fleeting wealth, or hollow authority? Ultimately, your life serves as a living testament to a truth they cannot deny. You are a reminder that true power lies not in the material or the manipulative, but in surrendering to God's will. This terrifies them, not because you are a threat in the conventional sense, but because your presence makes them question everything they've built their lives upon. Isn't it amazing how someone walking in divine purpose can unsettle even the most powerful earthly figures simply by being who they are? People crave predictability because it gives them a sense of control. Knowing what to expect from others and how situations might unfold makes them feel safe, as though they can manage their surroundings. But with you, control is an illusion. You don't conform to societal molds, traditional expectations, or the rules they've set for how things should work. You are a mystery, a constantly evolving enigma that they cannot pin down. And this leaves them unsettled no matter how hard they try to figure you out. Your unpredictability isn't just a character trait, it's a reflection of your divine purpose. You operate under a different set of principles, guided by faith and intuition rather than the rigid expectations of the world. Consider how Jesus defied the norms of his time. One moment, he was dining with tax collectors and sinners, Matthew 9:10-13, and the next, he was flipping tables in the temple, rebuking those who desecrated God's house, Matthew 21:12-13. His actions baffled those who tried to control or categorize him, just as your actions confound those around you. How can they understand someone who answers to a higher calling rather than societal pressure? Your unpredictability feels like a riddle they can't solve. Just when they think they've figured you out, you change direction, shattering their assumptions. You might be contemplative and quiet in one moment, reflecting a deep inner peace, and then boldly disrupt the status quo in the next. This fluidity makes it impossible for them to box you in, and the more they try to label you, the more elusive you become. You are like the wind described in John 3:8. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. This drives them to frustration because they thrive on certainty. Their power depends on predictability. Understanding others allows them to manipulate, control, and maintain their sense of superiority. But with you, their usual strategies fall flat. Your movements, words, and decisions are guided by something far beyond their comprehension. They don't know how to prepare for what you'll do next, or how to react to the unexpected paths you take. Have you ever noticed how their confusion often leads to hostility or obsessive scrutiny? It's as if your refusal to play by their rules highlights how fragile their sense of control really is. Your unpredictability is a source of power. It keeps them on edge, constantly second-guessing themselves. It reminds them that no matter how much they plan, plot, or prepare, they cannot dictate your actions. You don't bend to their expectations, and that defiance is a quiet revolution in itself. Like Moses defying Pharaoh in Exodus, you are unwavering in your purpose, even when those in power try to impose their will upon you. Does this make you wonder how your unique path exposes the limits of their control and the fear that lies beneath it? To them, you are like a storm, wild, unstoppable, and beyond their ability to predict or tame. Storms unsettle people, not because they are inherently destructive, but because they remind us of forces greater than ourselves. Your unpredictability reflects that same truth. It's a reflection of your connection to a divine purpose that cannot be measured, categorized, or subdued. Your life is a testament to Psalm 37:23. The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Your refusal to conform isn't just unsettling, it's liberating for those who dare to see it. You remind people that they too can break free from the limitations imposed by others, that they can walk their own path. But for those who fear change and uncertainty, your presence is a stark reminder of how little control they actually have. Could it be that your unpredictability is part of God's plan to challenge the status quo and inspire others to think beyond their narrow definitions of life. Your silence is a weapon more powerful than any noise. When you choose not to respond, it's not because you lack the words or the ability to defend yourself. Instead, your very presence carries a weight that no argument or explanation can match. While others fill the air with endless chatter, arguing, gossiping, and desperately trying to pull you into their conflicts, you stand rooted in your silence. That quiet strength speaks louder than any words they could ever hurl at you. Your stillness forces them to reckon with the emptiness of their actions and the chaos they create. Have you ever wondered why silence feels so threatening to those who thrive on drama? When people provoke you, gossip behind your back, or challenge you openly, they expect a reaction. They expect you to fight back, to justify yourself, or to be consumed by their noise. But you refuse to play their game. Instead, your silence becomes a mirror, reflecting the futility of their efforts. The Bible reminds us in Proverbs 17:28, "Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongues." By staying silent, you display wisdom and restraint, qualities that unsettle those who rely on manipulation and conflict. Your silence exposes their insecurities. It highlights their desperate attempts to control you with their words. When they realize you're untouchable, that their insults, accusations, or even promises can't sway you, it terrifies them. Why? Because it dismantles their illusion of power. In a world where words are often used as weapons, your refusal to react renders their weapons useless. It's like throwing stones at a fortress. They only hit the wall and fall away. Imagine how disarming it is for someone accustomed to manipulating others through words to see that their tactics have no effect on you. This silent strength is not weakness. It's a declaration of independence from their noise. Isaiah 30:15 says, "In quietness and trust is your strength." You embody this truth when you refuse to let their chaos disrupt your peace. It's not just a refusal to engage. It's a powerful statement that their noise holds no weight in your life. They can shout, accuse, or gossip all they want, but their words are hollow. Have you ever thought about how liberating it is to realize that their noise cannot define your worth? What truly scares them is the realization that you've already won. They thrive on control, on getting a rise out of others, and when you don't react, you strip them of their power. Your silence declares that you operate on a higher level, one that doesn't depend on their validation or approval. Just like Jesus before Pilate, when he chose silence over defense, Matthew 27:14, your silence shows your confidence in the truth and in God's justice. Can you imagine the strength it takes to trust that God will fight your battles for you? In a noisy world where everyone feels the need to shout louder to be heard, your ability to remain silent is a strength that few can comprehend. It's a choice to rise above the fray, to not be defined by their chaos. It's not just about ignoring them, it's about declaring that their noise doesn't matter. By staying silent, you preserve your peace, your dignity, and your power. And that is something they will never understand or be able to take from you. You didn't come here to blend in or abide by the rules of a broken system. You incarnated with a higher purpose, to rewrite the very rules that generations have relied upon to maintain control. The structures of power, the systems built to manipulate and dominate, are collapsing under the sheer energy of your presence. These systems were designed to impose order through fear and division, to keep people compliant, and to perpetuate a world of inequality. But you were never meant to conform. You came to dismantle the foundations of their world and replace them with a new, transformative order. This new order you usher in is not based on greed or exploitation, but on principles of truth, justice, and harmony with the higher laws of the universe. While they enforce their control with lies and manipulation, you challenge them with transparency and authenticity. Have you noticed how truth resonates more powerfully than deceit? Your purpose is not to tear down with violence or anger, but to shine a light so bright that the shadows of their systems can no longer hide. The Bible reminds us in Isaiah 42:6-7, "I, the Lord, have called you in righteousness. I will take hold of your hand. I will keep you and will make you to be a covenant for the people and a light for the Gentiles, to open eyes that are blind, to free captives from prison, and to release from the dungeon those who sit in darkness." You embody this calling. You are here to awaken those who have been blinded by the falsehoods of the old world and lead them into a place of freedom and truth. The energy you carry is not compatible with the systems of the past. Their structures, built on fear, greed, and deceit, crumble not because of direct attacks, but because they can't withstand the light of your presence. Can you imagine the panic of those who thrived in these systems as they feel their grip slipping away? They sense that their influence is waning, and they cannot stop the inevitable transformation you bring. Like a foundation of sand collapsing under the weight of truth, their control is disintegrating. You are here to restore balance and align humanity with the universal truths that govern existence. Where they sought division, you bring unity. Where they sow fear, you spread understanding. In Romans 12:2, we're reminded, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasing, and perfect will." This is the essence of your mission: to stand apart, to disrupt the patterns of the world, and to offer something far greater, a life aligned with divine purpose. What terrifies them most is that your transformation is unstoppable. They see the walls of their power structures falling, not with a clash of weapons, but through the unstoppable force of truth, justice, and the higher energy you embody. Your role is not merely to challenge the old ways, but to create a foundation for a new one. You are the catalyst for change, the spark that ignites a long overdue revolution of the Spirit. Have you ever felt the weight of this mission? It's not an easy path, yet you were chosen because you have the strength to see it through. The shift you're bringing is one that humanity has long awaited. Though they may not fully understand what's happening, they feel the transformation in their bones. The old world is ending and the new one is emerging. And you are the architect of this change, the force that ensures it cannot be stopped. What unsettles people most about you is not just who you are, it's who you're becoming. They can sense that you're far from finished, that your journey is one of continuous growth, and this realization fills them with unease. Right now you hold immense power, but what truly frightens them is the potential they see in you. You're evolving, stepping closer to the fullness of your purpose with every passing day. They see it in the way you move, the way you speak, and the way you stand firm in your truth. And the very thought of what you're becoming shakes them to their core, because it threatens the systems they've built and the fragile sense of control they cling to. Your journey is not ordinary, it's extraordinary. You're not just growing, you're on a divine trajectory, one that's destined to transcend their understanding. The Bible offers a powerful reminder of this in Philippians 1:6. Being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. You are the embodiment of this promise, a living testament to the transformative power of God's work. Have you ever considered that your very existence is a signal to the world that something greater is unfolding? The power you carry right now is significant, but it's only the beginning. You've barely scratched the surface of your capabilities. Imagine what will happen when you fully embrace the gifts, strength, and wisdom that God has placed within you. The deeper you go into your purpose, the more the ground beneath them trembles. Isaiah 61 declares, Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Every step you take towards your full potential is like a tremor that shakes the foundations of the systems they've worked so hard to fortify. People who thrive on control fear what they cannot predict or contain. They fear the unknown trajectory of your life because it is not tethered to their rules or expectations. They sense that you are not just a force of change for the present, but a harbinger of transformation for the future. You are, in every sense, a living prophecy, fulfilling a mission that has been written in eternity. Do you realize how much power lies in knowing that you're not just a part of God's plan, you're a crucial element of it? The systems they depend on, systems of control, manipulation, and division, are not equipped to withstand the energy you carry. Each step you take is a challenge to their status quo, a quiet yet powerful declaration that the old ways are ending. This is not a battle fought with noise or violence. It's a shift born out of your very being. When Jesus said in John 14:12, "Very truly I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these." He spoke of the kind of divine potential you are stepping into right now. Their fear of your unfinished mission stems from the understanding that you are unstoppable. What can they do against someone whose strength comes not from worldly power, but from God's hand? Your mission is a disruption, but it is also a restoration, a calling to bring things back into alignment with higher truths. As you evolve, as you continue walking this path, the question arises, what will the world look like when you've fully stepped into your purpose? This is why they watch you so closely. They don't fully understand your journey, but they can feel its impact. You are not just living, you are building something eternal, and that is what shakes them. You are proof that transformation is possible, that the old can give way to the new, and that nothing they've built can withstand the force of a God-ordained mission. You're not finished, and that is what makes you unstoppable. Your evolution is unstoppable, and they know it. It's not something that can be derailed by fear, manipulation, or their attempts to exert control. You are a force of nature, moving with a divine momentum that dismantles the illusions they've clung to for so long. As you rise, their carefully constructed worlds of influence and authority crumble under the sheer weight of your ascent. Have you noticed how their resistance only grows stronger as you step closer to your purpose? Deep down, they understand that nothing they do can halt the trajectory of your calling. They may attempt to distract you with petty conflicts, plant seeds of doubt, or create obstacles to slow you down, but their efforts are futile against the power of a mission ordained by God. In Isaiah 54:17, we are reassured, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord." Your journey is not about mere personal growth. It's about fulfilling a purpose that is destined to bring profound transformation to the world. The scale of your mission terrifies them because it's beyond their comprehension, beyond their control. They fear your unfinished mission because they sense the unstoppable force it represents. Every step you take is a declaration that change is inevitable. The moment you fully embrace who you are meant to be, the world will shift in ways they never thought possible. These changes will disrupt their systems, flip their hierarchies, and expose the fragile foundations on which their power rests. Imagine their terror as they realize their control is nothing but an illusion, and their systems cannot withstand the force of truth and justice you embody. It's not just your presence that unnerves them, it's the force you carry within you, a power they can neither contain nor predict. Like a storm that reshapes the landscape, You are here to overturn the status quo and bring alignment with a higher order. Romans 8:19 beautifully illustrates this truth. For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. Your journey is part of this revelation, a movement that stirs not only hearts, but the very fabric of creation itself. Can you feel the magnitude of what you're being called to do? Their fear stems from the realization that your mission exposes the fragility of everything they depend on. Their power, their control, their carefully crafted narratives, all of it unravels in the presence of someone who cannot be manipulated or silenced. You don't just challenge their authority, you redefine it. You make it clear that true power comes from a higher source, and this truth shakes them to their core. Have you ever wondered why your mere existence seems to disrupt the systems around you? You are not here to play their games or adhere to their rules. Your purpose is far greater than their schemes. You are here to be a catalyst for transformation, to fulfill a mission that has been divinely ordained. In Matthew 5:14, Jesus said, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." This is the power you embody, a light that cannot be extinguished, a presence that cannot be ignored. Your existence itself challenges their reality, and the inevitability of your mission terrifies them. In the end, they know they cannot stop what's already in motion. Your journey is not just about personal evolution. It's about bringing forth a profound and necessary shift in the world. The changes you carry within you will not only disrupt the status quo, but also pave the way for a world aligned with truth, justice, and divine purpose. And as you rise, their fear becomes the clearest evidence of your impact. You are the harbinger of a change they can neither stop nor fully understand. And that is the ultimate proof that your mission is already victorious. As we close this transformative message, let these words settle deeply in your heart. You were not placed here by accident or coincidence. God chose you for a divine purpose, to be a vessel of justice, truth, and light in a world that desperately needs change. You were born to challenge the status quo, to dismantle systems of deceit and injustice, and to usher in a new era of righteousness and hope. Others may fear you, not because of what you've already done, but because of the unstoppable force God has placed within you. They see it, they know it. You are a living testimony that the old ways are fading and a brighter, more just future is on the horizon. You're not alone in this journey. Every step you take forward disrupts darkness and brings light. When you walk boldly in your purpose, you inspire others to awaken to their own calling. The road is not always easy, but remember, God has already equipped you with the tools you need to succeed. Their fear is not a reflection of your weakness, but of the power God has placed in you to bring His justice to this world. No matter how much they try to resist, your purpose is unstoppable because it is ordained by the one who created you. Let this message remind you of your strength, your mission, and your destiny. You are God's chosen warrior, sent to rewrite history, not just for yourself, but for the countless lives you will touch along the way. Step forward in faith, knowing that no obstacle, no opposition, and no fear can stand in the way of what God has planned for you. You are a force of nature, a prophecy in motion, and this is just the beginning of the incredible work God will do through you. If this message has resonated with your spirit and reminded you of your purpose, consider supporting this mission by donating through Super Thanks. Your contributions, no matter how big or small, help us continue to reach hearts and souls with God's truth. And if you're unable to give, know that your presence here is a blessing to this community. We are deeply grateful for you, for your support, and for the light you bring simply by being here. Take the next step with us. Like this video to show your support subscribe to this channel, and share this message with someone who needs it today. Let your voice be heard in the comments below. Your testimony could be the encouragement someone else needs. Together, as a community of believers, we can inspire one another and remind the world of the power of God's love and justice. May God's abundant blessings overflow in your life. May He guide you with clarity, strengthen you in moments of doubt, and surround you with His unshakable peace. You were chosen to do great things, and the best is yet to come. Stand firm, step boldly, and know that God's favor is upon you. This is just the beginning of your journey into greatness. Stay faithful, stay courageous, and may God bless you richly in all that you do. You are chosen, and your time is now. God bless you. Have you ever felt an unexplained heaviness in your relationships? A sense that something isn't quite right, even when everything appears fine on the surface? Maybe you've noticed someone whose presence feels more draining than uplifting, leaving you questioning your own worth or second-guessing your purpose. For God's chosen ones, these moments are not mere coincidences. They are spiritual warnings, urging you to stay vigilant. These are not ordinary interactions, but signals of something far deeper, signs that a spiritual battle may be unfolding around you. Take a moment to reflect on this. Have you ever felt like your light, the divine strength and purpose God placed in you, is attracting individuals who seem intent on dimming it? If so, you're not alone. Comment 7 and 77 if this resonates with your experience, and know that you're part of a community of chosen ones who are navigating this spiritual journey together. To those who have supported us through Super Thanks, we deeply appreciate your generosity. Your faith and encouragement allow us to continue spreading these powerful messages and uplifting others on this path. The truth is, the light you carry is magnetic. It inspires hope and resilience, but for some, it exposes insecurities and darkness they cannot confront within themselves. Instead of being uplifted by your presence, these individuals may seek to control, manipulate, or cast doubt upon you. Have you noticed a pattern of subtle yet persistent conflict with certain people in your life? Perhaps it feels as though their words and actions are designed to confuse or discourage you. Could this be more than just human conflict? Could it be a spiritual attack aimed at your divine purpose? The Bible provides clarity in Ephesians 6:12, which reminds us that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. The battle you're facing is not simply interpersonal, it is spiritual in nature. The enemy often works through others to undermine your confidence, drain your energy, and derail the plans God has for your life. But here's the critical question. Are you paying attention to the signs? Have you questioned why you feel inexplicably weighed down, or why certain people seem intent on dimming your light, even under the guise of friendship or love? In today's message, we will dive into these hidden dynamics, revealing the unmistakable signs of spiritual interference in your life. We'll explore why narcissistic personalities are often drawn to God's chosen ones, and how their tactics are designed to challenge the divine light within you. Most importantly, we will equip you with biblical wisdom and spiritual tools to discern their strategies and protect yourself. This is your moment to reclaim the peace and purpose God has placed before you. Are you ready to uncover the truth and step into the fullness of your calling? Together, let's illuminate the path forward and ensure that your light shines brighter than ever before. Stay with us. What comes next could change how you navigate every relationship in your life. God's chosen ones, stay alert. If you notice these signs happening around you, So, what exactly is a narcissist? Let me explain it in a way that will resonate deeply. A narcissist is someone who often exaggerates their own importance, craving admiration and control over others while disregarding the feelings and needs of those around them. Sasanti Maamsam. The certain words, manipulation, criticism, and devaluation as their tools, creating a toxic dynamic that leaves others doubting their worth. These behaviors stem from a deep focus on self, where their desires and perspectives take precedence over all else. But here's a critical truth. Narcissists, while harmful, can also serve as unexpected instruments of growth, reflection, and spiritual refinement. Picture this. A narcissist constantly undermines your ideas, dismissing them as unworthy or irrelevant. This constant devaluation might shake your confidence, but it can also expose a deeper vulnerability, perhaps an area where God is calling you to strengthen your self-esteem and stand firm in your convictions. While the narcissist's actions are inexcusable, the discomfort they bring can reveal hidden insecurities or weaknesses you were unaware of. Have you ever wondered why their words sting so deeply? Is it because you've placed too much weight on their approval? Do you struggle to assert your boundaries, fearing rejection or conflict? These painful interactions are often a mirror, reflecting areas where you need to grow. Consider the biblical story of David and Saul. Saul, overcome with envy, sought to destroy David at every turn. Yet, David chose a path of faith over vengeance. Instead of retaliating, he trusted God's plan, allowing the persecution to refine his character. This relentless pursuit taught David resilience, patience, and an unshakable reliance on God. In the same way, the trials you face with a narcissist can serve as a spiritual training ground. God can use these experiences to mold you, teaching you to rise above manipulation and to trust in His divine purpose for your life. Could it be that the very person causing you pain is being used to prepare you for a greater calling? In these moments, self-reflection becomes a vital practice. Ask yourself, why does this person's behavior affect me so deeply? What lesson might God be teaching me through this trial? Such introspection, though challenging, can lead to profound transformation. You may discover untapped reservoirs of strength within yourself and learn to value your opinions without relying on external validation. These encounters also present an opportunity to master the art of setting boundaries, a skill that safeguards your peace and honors your worth. Contrary to popular belief, saying no is not an act of selfishness, but one of self-respect. By defining clear boundaries, you protect your spiritual and emotional well-being, ensuring that toxic behaviors no longer dictate your life. Every time you stand firm and assert your limits, you declare a powerful truth. I am a child of God, created with worth and dignity, and I will not allow anyone to diminish that. Proverbs 4:23 reminds us, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Setting boundaries is one way to guard your heart, keeping it aligned with God's truth rather than the distortions of others. So, ask yourself, are there areas in my life where I've allowed toxic behaviors to overstep? What steps can I take today to reclaim my peace and stand in the truth of who God says I am? By confronting these questions with honesty and courage, you open the door to healing and growth, ensuring that no one, not even a narcissist, can dim the light God has placed within you. Dealing with a narcissist can leave you emotionally drained, yet it often reveals profound truths about yourself, truths you may not have confronted otherwise. Have you considered why such a challenging individual has entered your life? It could be a colleague undermining your efforts, a close friend whose support feels conditional, or even a family member whose presence brings constant tension. What may seem like mere suffering could be part of a divine purpose. God, in his infinite wisdom, sometimes places difficult people in our paths, not to punish us, but to shape us, strengthen us, and draw out the potential he's placed within us. Could this be the beginning of a profound journey of growth and transformation for you? You might ask, why would God allow this? The presence of a narcissist in your life isn't necessarily a sign of divine punishment. Instead, it could be a test or a lesson. Such individuals challenge your emotions, patience, and even your faith, pushing you into a process of self-discovery and spiritual maturation. Think of these trials as a spiritual furnace, refining you like gold. Is it possible that God is using this challenging relationship to prepare you for greater obstacles ahead? In the Bible, we find that God often uses trials for growth. James 1:2-4 reminds us, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." Could it be that this experience is not about breaking you, but building you into the person God has destined you to become? Let's reflect on the story of David and Saul once more. Saul's relentless pursuit of David was not merely a test of endurance, but a divine process that shaped David's character. It taught him reliance on God, patience, and a deep understanding of leadership and forgiveness. Similarly, God can use the presence of a narcissist in your life to highlight areas in need of growth. Maybe you struggle with setting boundaries, or perhaps you seek validation from others to feel secure. These challenges, while painful, are tools God uses to equip you for your divine calling. How might this experience be preparing you for the future? What lessons is God asking you to embrace? God has an extraordinary way of turning difficulties into stepping stones for our growth. When you surrender your struggles to Him, He can transform your pain into power. As the Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." Each interaction with a narcissist, no matter how draining, can become a catalyst for resilience, confidence, and alignment with God's plan. Imagine facing each criticism or manipulation, not with despair, but with the strength of someone who knows they are being prepared for greatness. Take this moment to ask yourself, what is God teaching me through this? How can I use this situation to grow closer to Him and to fulfill my purpose? These experiences may feel overwhelming now, but they are shaping you into the person you are meant to be. God never wastes a trial. Every difficulty you face is a thread in the tapestry of His divine plan, weaving together the strength, wisdom, and faith you'll need for the future. Look at David's journey. His trials weren't the end of the story. They were the foundation of his destiny. In the same way, God is preparing you for something far greater than you can imagine. Each challenging interaction, no matter how draining, is an opportunity to protect your peace, assert your worth, and recognize your identity in Christ. Philippians 1:6 reminds us, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." So, instead of seeing these moments as obstacles, view them as divine lessons. Trust in God's timing, lean into His wisdom, and allow Him to mold you through the experience. These interactions, though uncomfortable, are tools in the hands of a loving Creator who is perfecting His work in you. Like David, you are being prepared for greatness. Will you embrace the lessons and allow God to transform your trials into triumphs? Dealing with a narcissist can feel like walking through an emotional minefield where your patience and self-confidence are constantly under attack. These self-centered individuals often disregard the impact of their actions on others, leaving you to navigate the fallout. Yet, even in the midst of such challenges, God's hand is at work. What may seem like an unending storm of conflict and frustration could actually be a divine process, shaping you for a greater purpose. Have you considered that these difficult interactions might hold hidden lessons meant to strengthen you spiritually and emotionally? Consider the story of Joseph in the Bible. Betrayed by his own brothers and sold into slavery, Joseph faced years of hardship, manipulation, and false accusations. Yet through it all, he remained steadfast in his faith. His trials, though painful, refined him and prepared him for an extraordinary role as a leader who would save countless lives during a famine. Could your encounters with narcissists be a similar refining process? What if these trials are not just obstacles but opportunities for God to mold your character and align you with His purpose? Narcissists often serve as mirrors, reflecting areas in your life that need healing or strengthening. For instance, if someone's constant criticism leaves you feeling unworthy, it might reveal a need to build your self-confidence. Ask yourself, why does this person's behavior affect me so deeply? Is there something within me that God wants to heal? These moments of self-reflection can uncover vulnerabilities that have long been hidden, giving you the opportunity to address them. Perhaps you realize that you've struggled to set boundaries, or that you've been overly reliant on external validation. These revelations, though uncomfortable, are the first steps toward growth. Learning to set healthy boundaries is an essential part of this process. Imagine a coworker who constantly undermines your ideas. Instead of retreating or reacting in anger, you decide to assert yourself respectfully but firmly. Each time you do, you're sending a powerful message to the narcissist and to yourself that your opinions, time, and feelings are valuable. Saying no without guilt or hesitation is not an act of selfishness, but of self-respect. As you establish these boundaries, you begin to reclaim your power and prioritize your emotional well-being. Beyond setting boundaries, dealing with a narcissist also offers an opportunity to develop spiritual resilience. The constant manipulation and criticism can tempt you to respond with anger or resentment, but choosing instead to lean on God transforms the experience. Proverbs 3:5-6 encourages us to trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. By seeking God's guidance, you learn to respond with wisdom, patience, and grace, embodying the teachings of Christ even in the most trying circumstances. A contemporary example might be a woman who dealt with a narcissistic family member. Initially, the emotional toll left her feeling helpless, but she decided to take a different approach. She turned to prayer, sought God's wisdom, and established clear boundaries. Instead of severing ties completely, she chose to engage with this person only on her terms, preserving her peace while extending compassion. Over time, she found strength in her faith, realizing that God was using the situation to deepen her understanding of self-worth and resilience. These challenging experiences are not wasted in God's plan. Just as fire refines gold, the trials you face with a narcissist are refining you. They are stripping away insecurities, revealing strengths you didn't know you possessed, and aligning you with the divine purpose for your life. Romans 8:28 reminds us that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. What if this difficult relationship is a tool in God's hands, shaping you into the person He created you to be? Valuing yourself is a crucial part of this journey. Narcissists often try to diminish your sense of worth, but their opinions do not define you. Instead, these trials teach you the importance of seeing yourself through God's eyes. You're fearfully and wonderfully made, complete and whole, just as you are. Recognizing your inherent worth empowers you to move away from harmful relationships and toward a life where you are respected, starting with self-respect. This journey may be challenging, but the rewards are profound. The pain and frustration caused by a narcissist can become fuel for your personal and spiritual growth. You'll find yourself standing more firmly in your identity, no longer seeking external validation or questioning your worth. Like Joseph, you'll emerge from the trials stronger, wiser, and more attuned to God's purpose for your life. Could this season of challenge be the precursor to your greatest breakthrough? Trust in God's process and watch as He transforms your trials into triumphs. Living with a narcissist can feel like navigating an emotional minefield, each step uncertain, each interaction charged with the potential for conflict. Yet, even in the intensity of such an experience, there are profound lessons to be learned, particularly about emotional intelligence. This crucial skill involves recognizing and managing your own emotions while perceiving and responding wisely to the emotions of others. Narcissists often deploy tactics like emotional manipulation, reality distortion, and sudden outbursts to confuse or control those around them. Initially, these behaviors can leave you feeling frustrated, uncertain, or even defeated. But over time, as patterns emerge, you begin to see through the fog of manipulation. What if these trials were not just chaos, but a divine classroom teaching you to master your emotions? Consider how learning to distinguish your feelings from the chaos a narcissist creates can lead to inner peace. Rather than being swept away by their temper tantrums or guilt trips, you begin to maintain calm and focus. This process is not just survival, it's growth. You come to recognize your emotional triggers and develop the discipline to pause and reflect before reacting. This deliberate response, rooted in self-awareness, becomes a shield, protecting your emotional balance and limiting the narcissist's influence over you. Have you noticed how moments of reflection can transform reactive habits into conscious decisions? Not just in dealing with narcissists, but in all areas of life. Moreover, the lessons learned in these challenging interactions extend far beyond the immediate relationship. You gain the ability to identify manipulation, perceive hidden motives, and safeguard yourself against toxic behaviors. These skills, honed in adversity, enrich other areas of your life, paving the way for healthier, more balanced connections. Could it be that this struggle is preparing you to cultivate relationships rooted in mutual respect and understanding? But the journey does not stop with emotional intelligence. The challenges posed by a narcissist often serve as an unexpected gateway to deeper spiritual growth. The pain, confusion, and emotional strain that accompany these experiences can lead you to a profound realization. Human strength alone is insufficient. Psalm 46:1 reminds us that God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. In moments of emotional tension, when manipulation threatens to unsteady you, turning to God becomes essential. Through prayer, you seek wisdom to navigate the narcissist's games, strength to enforce boundaries, and peace amidst the chaos they create. Have you felt the serenity that comes when you hand your burdens over to God, trusting Him to fight your battles? Prayer becomes more than a ritual. It becomes a lifeline. As you pour out your frustrations, doubts, and fears to God, you invite His divine guidance into your life. Through prayer, you begin to experience a deep sense of calm, a reassurance that God is walking alongside you, providing clarity and strength in the midst of confusion. This divine connection fortifies your spirit, making it possible to face even the most trying situations with grace and resilience. Living with a narcissist also sharpens your discernment. Their web of distortions and manipulations is designed to obscure the truth, but by seeking God's wisdom, you develop the ability to see beyond appearances. John 8:32 declares, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." As you lean on God, He grants you the discernment to uncover hidden intentions, and recognize the truth in situations clouded by deceit. This clarity not only protects you, but also deepens your trust in God's guidance. These trials refine your faith, teaching you to depend not on your understanding, but on God's infinite wisdom. When you trust Him with your struggles, you discover the profound peace that comes from knowing you are never alone. Romans 8:28 reassures us that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Even in the most challenging moments, His plan is at work, molding you into the person He created you to be. Recognizing your worth is a vital part of this journey. Narcissists often aim to undermine your confidence, making you question your value. Yet, these experiences can serve as reminders that your worth is not determined by their opinions, but by the truth of God's Word. You are fearfully and wonderfully made, complete and loved, just as you are. As you grow through these challenges, you begin to see yourself through God's eyes, embracing the person He has designed you to be. Though living with a narcissist is undoubtedly difficult, it is also transformative. The trials they bring become tools for personal and spiritual growth, strengthening your emotional intelligence, deepening your faith, and affirming your worth. What if this painful season is not just a test, but a divine preparation for a life of greater purpose and peace? Trust that God is using even this to shape you into someone who reflects His strength, wisdom, and love in every area of life. Living with a narcissist can lead you down a path of self-doubt, where you begin to question your abilities, your decisions, and even your worth. Their constant criticisms, manipulations, and gaslighting can chip away at your confidence, making you feel small or insignificant. But let me remind you, the opinions of others, especially those rooted in manipulation, do not define who you are. Psalm 139:14 assures us, "I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well." You are God's masterpiece, complete and sufficient exactly as you are. This truth stands unshaken, no matter what someone else tries to make you believe. Have you ever considered how liberating it could be to fully embrace the value God has placed in you? Amidst the challenges of dealing with a narcissist, there lies an opportunity, an invitation to rediscover your self-worth and prioritize your peace, health, and happiness. This is not about selfishness. It is about stewardship of the life God has entrusted to you. As you begin to see your inherent value, you find the strength to protect your heart and mind from the toxic influences of manipulation. This transformation often starts with a single decision, the commitment to value yourself as God values you. Could this be the first step toward reclaiming your peace and walking in the freedom God intended? The process of healing and growth may not be easy, but it is transformative. Confronting the behavior of a narcissist can become the catalyst for profound personal change. You learn to stand firm, assert your boundaries, and walk away from relationships that diminish your spirit. In doing so, you make space for connections where you are respected, cherished, and valued. This act of self-respect aligns with God's desire for your life. Proverbs 4:23 reminds us, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." By guarding your heart, you not only protect yourself, but also position yourself to experience the love and joy that God has for you. Living under the influence of a narcissist is like navigating turbulent waters, unpredictable, exhausting, and often overwhelming. Yet amidst the waves of emotion, there is a lesson that shines through: the importance of emotional intelligence. This God-given ability enables you to understand and regulate your own emotions while responding wisely to the emotions of others. Narcissists often employ manipulative tactics to provoke, destabilize, or control. But as you grow in emotional intelligence, you begin to recognize these patterns. At first, their actions may leave you feeling frustrated or insecure. But over time, as you observe the cycles of manipulation, you learn to step back, disengage from their chaos, and anchor yourself in peace. What if these moments of turmoil were actually preparing you to master the art of calm, deliberate response? This practice of maintaining emotional distance protects your inner peace and strengthens your ability to handle difficult people in every area of life. You learn to observe calmly, respond clearly, and remain focused on what truly matters. This skill becomes a valuable tool, allowing you to navigate not only toxic relationships, but also any challenging situation with grace and clarity. Imagine how different your relationships and interactions could be if you consistently operated from a place of emotional strength and self-awareness. But the lessons do not end with emotional intelligence. Living with a narcissist also sharpens your spiritual discernment. Their tactics often create confusion and disorientation, making it difficult to see the truth. Yet, as you seek God's guidance, your vision becomes clearer. James chapter 1:5 promises, "If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you." Through prayer and reliance on His Word, you begin to discern manipulative words and behaviors, recognizing the truth behind the facade. This discernment becomes a compass, steering you away from emotional traps and preserving your integrity. The story of Joseph in the book of Genesis serves as a powerful example of this process. Betrayed by his brothers and sold into slavery, Joseph endured years of hardship, false accusations, and imprisonment. Yet, throughout his trials, he remained faithful to God, trusting in His plan, even when the path seemed bleak. In the end, God elevated Joseph to a position of authority in Egypt, where he was able to save not only his family, but an entire nation from famine. Like Joseph, your struggles with manipulation and betrayal can become stepping stones to greater purpose and victory. Have you considered how your current challenges might be shaping you for something greater? The trials you face may be painful, but they are not without purpose. Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, "We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope." Each hardship is an opportunity for growth, a chance to deepen your faith, and a reminder that God is working all things together for your good. Trust that He sees your pain, He hears your prayers, and He is with you every step of the way. Through Him, you can transform the trials imposed by others into a testimony of strength, resilience, and unwavering faith. Prayer becomes a lifeline in the turbulent waters of dealing with a narcissist. In moments when the emotional pain feels unbearable, when confusion clouds your thoughts, or when manipulations make you question your reality, prayer serves as a refuge. It is through this sacred dialogue with God that calm washes over your soul and wisdom begins to illuminate your path. As you lay your burdens before Him, you are reminded that you are not alone in this battle. Philippians 4:6-7 tells us, "Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." Can you feel the weight lifting as you entrust your struggles to Him? Prayer not only provides solace, but also strengthens your resolve. It becomes the wellspring of courage, enabling you to set clear boundaries and stand firm in the face of manipulation. Through prayer, your spirit is renewed, and your confidence in God's sovereignty grows. You realize that even when life feels out of control, He is orchestrating every detail for your good. Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Have you considered how the very trials you face might be the tools God is using to shape you into who he created you to be? These experiences, though painful, deepen your faith. They teach you to rely on God's strength rather than your own, to trust his timing, and to seek his wisdom in every decision. Each prayer you whisper is a step closer to understanding his purpose for your life. What if the challenges you are enduring now are preparing you for blessings far greater than you can imagine? Prayer doesn't just change your circumstances. It transforms your heart, helping you see difficulties as opportunities for spiritual growth and divine alignment. Ultimately, facing a narcissist is not merely about managing a difficult relationship. It is an invitation to spiritual refinement. Through these trials, God molds you, increasing your resilience and sharpening your discernment. Like gold refined in the fire, your faith becomes purer and your character stronger. Isaiah 48:10 says, "I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction." Can you see how God is using this season to prepare you for the next chapter of your journey? Consider the story of Joseph once more. Betrayed and sold by his own brothers, Joseph could have been consumed by bitterness. Yet he remained steadfast in his faith, trusting God's plan even in the darkest of times. When the time was right, God elevated him, using his hardships to fulfill a greater purpose. Genesis 50:20 records Joseph's words to his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Like Joseph, you can turn your adversity into a testimony of God's faithfulness. It is crucial to remember that the challenges of dealing with a narcissist are not random. They are part of a divine process. Every trial, every moment of pain, and every act of manipulation are being woven into a bigger picture. God is shaping your journey, aligning you with his will, and equipping you for the purpose he has set before you. While the experience may be emotionally exhausting, it is also a profound opportunity for growth, learning, and transformation. What if, in this very season of struggle, God is preparing you for a future filled with peace, joy, and purpose? Embrace the promise of Jeremiah 29:11, which declares, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Even in the midst of difficulty, trust that God is working behind the scenes, turning your trials into triumphs and your pain into praise. Let the challenges refine you, not define you, as you move closer to the life he has called you to live. These challenges often act as a mirror, reflecting aspects of yourself that might otherwise remain hidden. When you encounter a narcissist, their relentless manipulations and criticism can highlight areas where insecurities or boundaries may be lacking. But rather than viewing this reflection as a weakness, consider it an opportunity for growth and transformation. These moments push you to develop inner strength, reclaim your self-worth, and establish clear boundaries that honor your value in God's eyes. Imagine a people pleaser, someone who avoids conflict and overextends themselves to gain acceptance. When confronted by the selfish demands and exploitative nature of a narcissist, they may find themselves forced to learn the power of saying no. Though painful, this awakening allows them to prioritize their needs and recognize their inherent worth beyond others' opinions. This process is not arbitrary, it is divinely orchestrated. God often uses difficult relationships to refine your character, strengthening your reliance on him rather than on human validation. He calls you to step back and reassess what truly matters. Are there relationships in your life that drain rather than uplift you? Are you leaning too heavily on others' approval instead of standing firm on what God declares about you? Isaiah 41:10 assures us, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." In trusting Him, you begin to shift your focus from pleasing others to aligning your life with His will. Just as Joseph's trials shaped him for a greater purpose, your challenges can prepare you for your divine destiny. Joseph's betrayal and suffering were stepping stones to a position where he could save his family and an entire nation. Similarly, God uses the storms you face to build resilience and faith. The manipulative tactics of a narcissist might feel overwhelming, but these situations teach you emotional intelligence, how to pause, reflect, and respond with calmness instead of reacting impulsively. This discipline doesn't just protect your peace, it fosters wisdom and emotional balance, positively influencing all areas of your life. Through adversity, your discernment sharpens. Patterns of manipulation become clearer, and you grow in the confidence to confront toxic behavior. For example, someone who once passively endured unjust criticism might begin to address such situations with assertiveness, embracing the strength of their own voice. Discernment, guided by prayer, also deepens your connection with God, helping you to navigate complex situations with clarity and grace. Proverbs 2:6-7 reminds us, "For the Lord gives wisdom. From His mouth come knowledge and understanding. He holds success in store for the upright. He is a shield to those whose walk is blameless." Have you noticed how these challenges push you to rely more on God's guidance? Prayer becomes a cornerstone of this journey. It is your direct line to God, offering clarity when confusion abounds and strength when you feel weak. Whether seeking patience, discernment, or courage, prayer draws you closer to Him. Like David, who faced relentless persecution from Saul, yet found solace in worship and psalms, you can transform your trials into a testimony of faith. Psalm 34:17-18 reminds us, "The righteous cry out, and the Lord hears them. He delivers them from all their troubles. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." What if your greatest spiritual growth is hidden within these moments of challenge? Finally, your journey has the potential to inspire and heal others. Sharing how God carried you through the storm can bring hope to those still trapped in toxic situations. Your story becomes a testament to the transformative power of faith and resilience. Imagine offering someone the courage to break free, to set boundaries, and to seek God's purpose for their life. Just as your challenges refined you, your testimony can become a beacon, showing others that victory is possible. Isn't it remarkable how God can use your pain to bring healing not only to yourself, but also to those around you? God's promise in Romans 5:3-4 is clear. We also glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope. Through each trial, He shapes you into someone stronger, wiser, and more aligned with His will. Let your story of overcoming remind you and others that God's purpose always prevails. You are not only surviving these difficulties, you are being prepared for greater things. These challenges do not define you, but they shape who you are becoming. God is using every moment to perfect your faith, refine your character, and lead you closer to the destiny He has prepared for you. Even on the most difficult days, trust that He is by your side, guiding you toward a life of fulfillment and purpose. Dealing with narcissists is one of the most intense challenges anyone can face, especially for those with a greater spiritual purpose. However painful it may be, These encounters are often tools for growth. God, in His infinite wisdom, allows these experiences not to break you, but to strengthen you. Each challenge is a divine opportunity to discover your vulnerabilities and transform them into strengths. As you grow emotionally and spiritually, your identity as one of God's chosen becomes clearer. You are being molded into someone capable of living above the trials and aligned with God's higher purpose. Remember, you are not alone in this journey. Sharing your story can bring hope and encouragement to others walking a similar path. If you've faced and overcome such trials, leave a comment below about your journey. Your testimony may be the light someone else needs to see their way forward. Let's unite as a community of faith by commenting the sacred number 777, a symbol of divine completeness and God's perfect work in our lives. By doing so, you're affirming your belief in His plan and inviting His blessings into your journey. As we close, may the Lord bless you abundantly, strengthen you in your struggles, and guide you in His light. May He fill your heart with courage, your mind with wisdom, and your spirit with unshakable faith. Remember, every obstacle is shaping you for greatness, and no pain is ever wasted in His hands. You are chosen, cherished, and called for a purpose greater than you can imagine. Declare with faith, I am chosen by God, and nothing can separate me from His divine purpose. Amen.